All right, well, let's, yeah, it is 11 o'clock. Let's take we'll come back at 11:15. We'll take a recess. 1 minute warning. Hey, Rob, do you want to start that machine up, please? Thank you, Rob. We'll bring the meeting back to order. So Mary Lou's in place. She's going to introduce the next segment of the budget. Mary Lou.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Before I do that, I'm just going to give a brief overview of how the rest of the day is set to work. So we're going to talk about planning and community development function first. Then we'll do corporate services after that, and then we move into reserves and then the wrap up and whatever the next step says council so chooses. So if we move to page 76 of the narrative, that's the planning and community development overview. And so this includes planning, agriculture, forestry, trails, economic development, tourism, gray routes, and gray transit. It requires a net levy for operating and capital of $5,414,320, which is an increase of $81,420 over the 2023 levy. And I'm going to turn it over to Scott, and he's going to speak to planning, agriculture, forestry, and trail management.
Morning, Scott. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Warden and County Council. So this won't come as a surprise to anybody, but I'm more of a words guy than a numbers guy. You've seen my reports, not a lot of tables in them, not a lot of numbers. So with that, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to Sarah, Sue, and Mary Lou from our finance department that have worked alongside the planning department to develop the budget that you see up in front of you. And they do so much of the heavy lifting, and I want to extend a huge thank you to them. So just to get into it, with respect to sort of a quick overview of the planning department, we wear a few different hats, and we thought it might be prudent just to refresh council's memory in terms of some of the hats we wear. Some of what you might be most familiar with is the core day-to-day land use planning duties. Generally speaking, these are divided into two sections. We have our development applications that we're either processing, so the subdivisions, the county official plan amendments, or working with your municipal teams on municipal applications. And then we have the policy work. So things like what you saw yesterday from Liz Buckton on implementing the housing action plan. New in 2023, we had the inclusion of the two planning ecologists. And these are two individuals that serve both the county and our member municipalities to pick up from the role that was taken away from the conservation authorities as part of the changes to Bill 23. With respect to the forestry side of our portfolio, we, alongside our partners at Grace Sawbull, under contract, manage 45 county forests, and it totals about 3,200 hectares of forest. We manage these both from a sustainable harvest perspective, but also through allowing for recreational opportunities, including trails and hunting and other things in our county forests. Our county forests are FSC certified, and we take great pride in offering these forests as working forests back to the public and residents in that regard. With respect to agriculture, we work alongside a number of other departments in the county that have an agriculture portfolio. More specific to what planning does is we work with the team at Gray Ag Services, and obviously we heard a bit about Gray Ag Services last week. We also, under this portion of the budget, is the enforcement of the county's forest management bylaw. What used to be called the tree cutting bylaw is the forest management bylaw. And then we have programs with respect to nuisance beavers and coyotes in that regard. And then on a trail side of things, namely on the trails, aside from the trails that are in force, we have the 77-kilometer long CP Rail Trail, which again, depending on who you ask, either goes from Owen Sound to Dundalk or vice versa. But regardless, I'm pretty sure it's 77 kilometers. I'm pleased to say with council's support over the last few years, we were able to successfully finish the stone dusting project. So the trail is in great shape, and we're going to work to develop that maintenance program to make sure it stays in that shape. And finally, the last little arm of planning is the civic addressing side, and this is looking at the civic addressing in our rural areas. And again, we work alongside your municipal staff on that 911 and civic addressing. So with that, I'll get more specifically into the planning function. And as Mary Lou said, the overview started on page 76. The planning details start on page 85 of your package. The entire planning department is non-union. As such, the changes to the non-union process have hit our bottom line in that regard. The proposed total operating and capital for planning is up about $111,000 over 2023 to about $1,108,000, 320. And this is largely because of some of the changes in non-union, and also, as mentioned earlier, taking on the two planning ecologists in that regard. I will see that you'll see increased revenue coming in. We do anticipate bringing a staff report, hopefully in late January, to increase our county fees and services bylaw to help offset the added costs that those planning ecologists brought to the county. Council were very clear, as were a number of your member municipalities, when we were talking about this last winter and into the spring, that these fees largely should be recouped from the development applications that are coming in at both the county and municipal level. So we've been working with your planners and CAOs to look at how to properly share those fees across the county, and so there will be proposed municipal review fees to cover some of that ecology time in that regard. With respect to some other changes in planning, we are recommending an additional $10,000 in our legal budget because we are facing a number of significant appeals and hearings coming into 2024. The civic addressing side of the planning end is virtually the same as the 2023 values. That's on page 87. With respect to the capital projects in the planning department, before we get on to forestry, trails, and agriculture, we are looking at replacing our plotter and scanner for approximately $24,000. This happens every 5 years or so, I believe, and we put money away in reserve to cover that, just based on that piece of equipment. We're also looking at $10,000 from reserves in implementation funding for our age-friendly community action plan, and this would be implementation in that regard. And then again, as you heard about from Liz yesterday, $30,000 from reserves to help implement the county's housing action plan. And again, that would be working alongside Anne Marie's team, but also your municipal staff in that regard. Finally, the big study project for 2024 is the archaeological management plan. And a number of you would know, hey, wasn't that supposed to be done in 2023? Yeah, it was. We put it out to market, and we didn't get bids that were coming in at the dollar value that we had. So we have changed the scope of this project. We're proposing to take more of that on in-house, but we have also proposed a small increase in the budget. So in 2023, it was in the budget for $100,000. In 2024, it is in the budget for $125,000. $50,000 of that is proposed to come from DC reserves, and $75,000 is proposed to come from both our studies and our archaeological management plan reserve. This project we view as a major relationship building exercise and collaboration with our local Indigenous people. I know staff at the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation have been very keen to see this go, even discounting a number of their costs associated with the project to try to make the numbers work at the county level. They've been working with Bruce County on their archaeological plan and are very, very excited to see the county get going. So I don't know if it's appropriate to take any questions now on the pure planning side before we get into agriculture, forestry, and trails, or if you'd like me to carry on, I'm at your disposal.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any questions for the planning portion? Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Just going back to appeals and different things, I thought the changes in the planning, I don't know if it was Bill 23 or Bill 73, that the right to appeal was greatly changed, but is this more on the side from the county appealing, people putting stuff through because others can't appeal? I don't know. I thought there were some changes that there was limited to who could appeal, so.
Thank you for that question, Councilor McQueen, through you, Mr. Warden. Yes, there were some changes, and when the first draft of the bill came out, they were fairly significant changes, and they would be limiting third-party public appeals on a number of applications. Prior to finalization of that legislation, the province pulled back on a number of those. So there are some limits, and some of those limits were there pre-Bill 23, but largely they don't impact a lot of the county applications. They would actually impact more of the municipal applications. So for example, plans of subdivision and condominium, even prior to Bill 23, couldn't be appealed by the public any longer. County official plan amendments can still be appealed by the public. With respect to the appeals that the county is involved with, currently all the appeals that the county is involved with and spending legal dollars are ones where somebody has appealed the county's decision. We don't have any active appeals where the county is the appellant on a municipal or neighboring municipal application in that regard. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you for that. And for the archaeological study, how high level is that? You probably had said it before because you're doing the whole county. You can't can't dive it down probably to each property. Is it just from historical status or data that they're just trying to collaborate?
Yeah, thank you for that question through you, Mr. Warden. You're correct, Councilor McQueen. It is high level. We're looking at a number of data layers, potentially in partnership with an archaeologist who would be the consulting resources, but in partnership with local traditional Indigenous knowledge to look at landscape features where you may be more likely to find significant archaeological resources. So these would look at things like waterways, historic shorelines, historic transportation routes, and it would also look at the archaeological work that's already been done across the county by way of those individual studies that developers have done for those applications. It would be pooling together all of this information and making recommendations based on where there's low likelihood for future archaeological finds in that regard, and where there's higher likelihood and therefore might need further study in that regard. So this is something that 15 years ago, the province was suggesting. More recently, they're more heavily suggesting that. And certainly, as I said, when we talk to our Indigenous partners, they view this as a very, very valuable step and a very meaningful way for their people to impart some of that traditional knowledge that might not otherwise show up in a county official plan or on the county's geographic information system mapping in that regard.
Okay, any other questions for this piece anyway? Councillor Gregg?
Thank you, Warden. And through you, I guess I'll just preface by referring to line 61,000, which is a GL line. In 22, the actual planning department salaries and wages were 549,000 approximate. Year-end projection for 23 is 693,000. The 2024 budget is $904,000, which is quite substantial in its increase, considering we did onboard those two employees in 23. So staff are able to complement the archaeological plan. What work would staff have been doing or plan to do already that then is not going to get accomplished because we are redirecting some of those resources? And certainly I'm referring back to the overall salary increases, which is quite substantial there in that line item.
Great. Thank you for your question, Councillor Gregg. Through you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, the planning department has been in transition the past couple of years for sure. There's been a lot of evolution. We had some changes in our structure 2 years ago, and then this past year, throughout the year, we have onboarded those two planning ecologists. Those two planning ecologists didn't come aboard till much later in the year, so more than halfway through the year. So their full salaries weren't reflected in the 2023 budget. As I noted, the other thing that's hitting the planning department, similar to a number of other departments across the county, is we are entirely non-union. So between the COLA and the non-union increases, we are seeing increased wages there. With respect more specifically to your question about the archaeological management plan, we are budgeting some of Liz Buckton's time, and so she is our senior policy planner. So this fits very well into her role. Council might know her best as the housing data guru, but she does more than just housing in that regard. And then we're also looking at involving Derek McMurdy, who is our entry level planner, to do some of that background research in this regard, because we were finding that the consultants were saying when we put this out to market in 2023, we were asking for more than what we had budget for. They would be, both Liz and Derek would be balancing this workload alongside their other projects. So it might be that there's slightly less special policy projects that we're taking on, but we had budgeted, or we had looked at this entirely for 2024 anyway. And Derek would be balancing that along with the reviewing of municipal applications. So it will be a balancing act, but we hope that that will help get us closer to that end goal of having an archaeological management plan.
Thank you, Scott. Mary Lou, do you want to add something to that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Scott's done a good job of explaining that. The large variance is of exactly how he explained it with the planning ecologists. So they were not included in the 2023 budget at all. So now you've got an annual impact for the 2024 budget, and that alone is $205,200. Then you take in COLA, the fact it's leap year we're funding from one-time funding, and the non-union compensation review. And that's why those salaries are up so much in that department.
Go ahead, Councillor Greg.
Thanks, Warden. And while we're on this department, then I think it's probably relevant this time. I would like to move the original staff recommendation, which was within the level 1, 2, or 3 adjustments. I would like to move that the funding for the annual Forest Festival be reduced by $5,000, and that the funding in the budget of $15,000 for payments for nuisance beaver grants be reduced to $10,000, so $5,000 reduction, and that the payments for coyote grants be reduced by $5,000 back to the $10,000 budget, which we had for 2023.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor McQueen? Any discussion, questions? Councillor Mackey?
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I have concern about reducing the coyote and beaver portions. They continue, at least in our rural municipality, continue to be a huge issue for livestock farmers and the beavers in particular for the municipalities and for some of our rivers and streams. So I would caution on reducing those two.
Okay, any other thoughts? Not seeing any. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is, wait. I apologize. Those opposed, please indicate. 1. That is lost. Okay. Any other questions regarding to the planning department? Councillor Eccles.
Could I, with the closeness of that, is it possible to have a recorded vote on that?
It is always in order to have a recorded vote. Yes, we can, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Mackey.
Opposed.
Councillor Mackey is opposed. Sorry. Councillor Mackey is opposed. Councillor McKay. Councillor McKay is opposed. Councillor Carlton. Opposed. Counselor Carlton is opposed. Counselor Pringle. Counselor Pringle is opposed. Counselor McQueen. Counselor McQueen is in favor. Counselor Nielsen. Counselor Nielsen in favor. Counselor Patterson.
Opposed?
Counselor Patterson is opposed. Counselor Dickert. Counselor Dickert opposed. Counselor Kentner is opposed. Counselor Keaveney is in favor. Counselor Body. Counselor Body is in favor. Counselor Gregg. Counselor Gregg is in favor. Warden Milne.
Opposed?
Warden Milne is opposed. Counselor Dobreen. Counselor Dobreen is opposed. Counselor Matrosovs.
Opposed.
Counselor Matrosovs is opposed. Counselor Bordignon.
In favor.
Counselor Bordignon in favor. Counselor Eccles. Counselor Eccles is in favor. Counselor Hutchinson.
favor.
Counselor Hutchinson is in favor. Let's see. Sorry, that's a,
Clerk indicates that the vote is lost. Any other questions on the planning department? Counselor DeBreen.
Perhaps more of a comment, Warden, through you. With regard to the natural heritage positions, the additional hires in order to fulfill that requirement under the provincial policy statement, have we done any comparison? I know it's only been a part year, but the idea was that it would be cost recovery from the developer. I note in your summary, it was about $150,000 in revenue, but there's two positions. And I wondered what the uptake from the lower tier municipalities has been for the second position. And this is another download from the province, because where conservation authorities were able to do it in a very economical and speedy fashion, for the most part, we now had to hire 2 people. Could you just, has there been any look at that yet, or is it too early?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councilor DeBreen, through you, Mr. Warden. So there's been a few things going on there. The first is that we had originally recommended hiring these individuals back in the spring. We took a pause on that based on, at that time, the draft provincial policy statement having some uncertainty. And so we really didn't hire until late summer in that regard. So it hasn't been a lot of time. And what we said to the municipalities at that time was the intent is that these need to be on a cost recovery basis. But given that we're already partway through 2023, we're not going to look at assessing any charges to municipalities or developers in 2023, and we bring forward a fees and services update early in 2024. We have heard positive feedback, especially from developers that work in and outside of Gray. They've found our team to be fairly responsive, and they found it to be a relatively smooth transition compared to some other municipalities they work in, which went to a consulting resource perspective. And they said the consultants are much more expensive and harder to get a hold of. So we have heard positive feedback in that regard. There is going to be hiccups here. We are sort of developing a program anew. Thankfully, our Conservation Authority staff have been great to work with in terms of coaching us and, hey, this is what we used to do, and this is what you might want to consider, and here's room for efficiency and everything else. And we're in continuous dialogue with your own municipal staff in that regard. So we anticipate that bylaw update coming forward in early 2024, but we also anticipate continuing to work with both municipalities and developers on what's working, what's not, and how that can move forward. And so, like I said, the hope is that in excess of $150,000 would be funded back through development fees. Those would be both at the municipal level and the county level, to try to cover the majority of that $200,000 salary in that regard. Sorry.
Meaning just no disrespect, but the developers may be finding us very easy to work with because they're not being billed. You said you're not charging back. It's not cost recovery for 2023, but come 2024, they will be getting build and it will be cost recovery. So I'm just, they may not be so willing to give us accolades when they actually get a bill, but I think it's still going to be much more economical for them than a consultant.
Through you, Mr. Warden, your point is well taken. We've looked at our proposed fee increases and we've looked at what others are being charged in other municipalities, and the ability to provide those services in-house via staff, from our assessment, appears to be much more cost efficient than what the consulting firms are billing out at.
Just to back up a minute, if you listen carefully, you'll hear the Beavers and Coyotes rejoicing because there was an error made and that motion did pass. In fact, so. Absolutely, because of the weighted vote. Any other questions regarding the planning section? For now, at least. Not seeing any. Scott, please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The next one I had on my list was the agriculture section, which is where the Beavers and Coyotes live. So you've done some of my work for me. Thank you. This budget is up very nominally from the 2023 values. There is a $6,000 increase in terms of the budget. There's no capital. We have seen some savings from Gray Sauble in this regard in terms of the provision of services to the forest management bylaw. And we've seen, as we talked about last week, slight increases in GRAG services, but we have the rent and the support fees on that. There's some additional data storage that we needed to pay for in that regard. With respect to the Beavers and Coyotes, it's worth noting that for many, many years, we've had $10,000 in the budget for each of those line items. For whatever reason, we have seen significant increases in the number of trappers coming forward with beaver and coyote claims in 2023. I'm not sure whether this is the new normal. I'm not sure whether this was a blip and we just got hit hard in 2023, but we had proposed to increase it a little bit in 2024 on the off chance that that wasn't a blip. We can certainly, of course, work within council's direction, but I just wanted to provide that background that for years and years and years, it was always 10,000 for each, and we would never go beyond that 10,000. But for whatever reason, 2023 has been a bit of a banner year in that regard. So I don't really have much more to say on agriculture. I'm not sure if there's any other questions in that regard.
Any questions regarding agriculture? Councillor McQueen.
I'm only going to speculate, but we had a very wet summer. And whether that had something to do with farmers' crops and stuff like that, I don't know. But we did have a little bit more of a dry June, but a wet July, right? So who knows?
Okay, not seeing any questions, although I can't see anybody online. If somebody's online, can they hear us? Yes, they can. So if somebody's online who has a question, there we are. Does anyone online have a question for agriculture? Nope. Okay. Scott, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Warden. Sort of the final component of the budget to talk about here today is our forestry and trails piece. It has a net capital and operating requirement of $378,400, which is an increase of approximately $132,400. I will note that as per Kim's report that went at the beginning of the budget session last week, 70,000 of that was for the Buckthorn project. In order to minimize the impact this year, we are looking at funding that from reserves rather than from the levy. I will say I also erred in my description of how we manage the buckthorn last week. We go in before a harvest and look at the buckthorn rather than after. And the intent of doing it before the harvest is again to try to stop that spread once the canopy is opened, and we've seen more room in that regard. As I said last week, we have seen 169 hectares of forest covered in that regard, and Gray Sauble staff have said it's a big success, and they'd be happy to report back to council if council wants to learn more about that. With respect to the Gray Sauble services, they are up slightly in 2024. Again, that's due to increased materials costs, but also a small COLA in that regard. Some of the good news is that the forestry revenues are up in 2024. So we're projecting a $27,000 increase to $97,000 for 2024. As those that are more senior on council may remember, these revenues do tend to vary. So we have those years where you get more revenue, and unfortunately we have those years where you get less revenue. With respect to the operation of our forest and trails, one of the ongoing expenses that isn't going down in cost is snow plowing of those parking lots, and that's about $34,000 in this budget. As I noted earlier, we were able to successfully complete the stone dusting on the CP Rail Trail. With respect to the capital, the total capital requirement is $112,000 in the budget that's published online. However, I do have some good news for you. The biggest capital project in 2024 was supposed to be a $250,000 bridge rehabilitation on the CB Rail Trail for Bridge 42, which is in West Grey. We've had further discussions with the design engineer this week, and they're confident that we can drop that number by $100,000. So that would significantly impact this capital budget in the trails to the good. So rather than a $250,000 project, that would be $150,000, and it would be funded from reserves. I'd also like to take this moment to say that with respect to our bridge and culvert repairs and maintenance on the CP Rail Trail, we rely so heavily on Pat's team and Bob Cherry and the bridge crew, and they're just fantastic to work with, and they've been really good at giving us cost-efficient services. We are proposing to increase that line item just slightly. For many, many years, we've had $50,000 in the budget for this. We're proposing to bump that up to $65,000, in part because the cost of materials goes up every year, and we haven't been reflective of that, and the cost of recouping Bob and his team's cost goes up just slightly every year with COLA and everything else. So that's the component that's largely done in-house in that regard. With respect to other capital projects, we are recommending including $10,000 in the budget for the Massey parking lot. This is a project that was started in 2023, and it's a partnership with the Grace Harbor Conservation Authority, the Owen Sound Cross Country Ski Club, and the Bruce Trail Conservancy. We had $20,000 in the budget for 2023. We've only spent $10,000. The recommendation is that we put that further $10,000 in the budget for 2024 to finish off this project. With respect to other parking projects, given the budget pressures this year, we've hit the pause button on the other parking projects. So there's no other parking projects in the 2024 budget. There had planned to be in the 10-year capital. But given the pressures corporately and within our department, we viewed those parking projects as nice to haves, not need to haves in this regard. The final small pieces of capital are $6,000 for signage and safety improvements where the CP Rail Trail crosses county roads and provincial highways. This is, again, a continuation of a project that was started in 2023. And we're also proposing $25,000 in the budget for the CP Rail Trail survey work. Again, this was in for 2023. We didn't complete this work in 2023, in part because we got the $250,000 sticker shock on Bridge 42 and figured we better save all our dollars we can. So we didn't go forward with that in 2023, but we are proposing to look at that again in 2024. So with that, that's all I have on forestry and trails, and certainly be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions on forestry and trails? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'm sure, Mr. Warden, you're happy that Bridge 42 is not a historical site. Scott, you mentioned that snow plowing or snow removal is a big expenditure. Can you just go into a little bit more detail on what we're removing as part of our trail system and parking areas, and are they all required?
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your question, Councillor Mackey. So currently in 2023, the county has two parking lots that we currently plow. We remove the snow from. One is the parking lot in Markdale, which used to be the old Chapman's parking lot, and this facilitates access to the CP Rail Trail there, and it's used quite heavily by snowmobilers and others. And the other is the parking lot in Collipoor for our Collipoor County Forest, and this was the parking lot that was constructed a few years ago. We have been trying to work with clubs. It used to be that on some of these parking lots, both county owned and other projects, you'd get the local farmer to come in and clear it, and he or she could do it at maybe a more affordable rate than what we're seeing in today's dollars. The insurance costs of that have driven a lot of those local providers out of the game. And those that are left have to recoup their costs with respect to insurance and equipment and everything else. So we've been working with our legal services staff and our agreement staff to see if there's some way in the future that we could come up with an overarching agreement whereby the county might provide insurance coverage under our insurer to still allow for maybe some of those more local providers, the farmers that might be clearing snow in the winter, to be able to clear some of those for us. We don't have agreements in place yet with some of those trail groups to facilitate that, but that's an avenue we're looking at in terms of cost services going forward. With respect to whether or not the snow plowing is needed, it certainly facilitates access to some of our winter properties. Certainly Collipore is used quite heavily for cross-country skiing and snowshoeing in that regard. We could choose to close the parking lots and sign it to say that they're not winter maintained. We could have some reputational issues there from the clubs and some of the trail users, sort of to say, well, listen, the county just built this. Why are you not clearing it? But we are working on this in the future to look at savings there to see if there's cheaper options, because last year wasn't even that bad a winter, and it was a costly winter.
Thanks, Scott. So I get the explanation on Collipore. What about the old Chapman site? Is that county property? And why are we doing that one? I'm just thinking, you know, the old arena parking lot in Chatsworth, the municipality looks after doing that, even though it's utilized by a lot of snowmobilers and skiers in the wintertime. So I'm just not sure it needs to be a county responsibility. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the what I was referring to as the Chapman's lot, so it is owned by the county. It's a piece of the CP Rail Trail, and for years it was under lease to Chapman's prior to their fire, and they had their staff parking there. Since then, they don't need that parking lot anymore, and the county has been using it. Primarily in the winter, we see people parking there, the snowmobilers, to launch their snowmobiles. And so it is an in-demand lot in the winter. You know, as to whether or not they could find other solutions, if that was not plowed, we might see more demand at the municipality Greyhound's municipal offices or the area by the new hospital if that was closed. But currently we do plow it primarily for the snowmobile clubs in that regard.
Grey Highlands want an opportunity to offer some snow removal, or Councillor McQueen?
Now I know who plows it. I've seen it plowed, but so the cost of that is roughly 15 and 15, like said, around 30,000 for both. So it's roughly. So I know sometimes we've been a little bit creative for our public skating, and we get sponsors or donors to donate that. I just don't know if that's something that it's a possibility. I know it's an extra cost. I guess it's weighed over the economics of people coming, riding, and spending money. They probably go to Owen Sound and go to the restaurant and then come back and get on their snowmobile and go home, right? So, you know, there's that cost, but I don't know if would be great if Chapman's would sponsor the parking lot being plowed and then have put a big sign up there and say, you know, maybe it's something we can work on, Mr. Warden. Well, we don't plow that road, so it's not. I presume our truck goes in and plows it, like the county plow goes in and will like wings it back. Is that because it is a Grey Road 12 there, right? Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Warden. No, in this case, we do go out to a contract for that. And so we have a number of snow plowing needs corporately between our long-term care homes, our housing units, our own admin building and stuff. So we try to package those tenders together as much as we can to get people in that region or in that area of the county. But in this case, we do have to go out to a contractor for that parking lot because of the size. We've talked to our friends in transportation in the past, and based on the size of some of their equipment, it's not feasible to plow some of these smaller lots that we would otherwise have for our trails.
I may beg to differ, but it's a pretty big lot and it's long. Like I don't see why, mind you, you'd have, I can see the bit of a problem because you drive in, your wing's on this side and you gotta wing it that way. So I could see that being a little bit of an issue, but maybe it's something we can work on. I don't know. I do have another question on another area, but. So, hang on, I just lost it here. So under line 64102, professional and consulting fees under the forestry and trails. It was 134,920 in 2022. It got moved to 202,800 in 2023. The projection is 200,000 in 2023. I'm not sure what changed there, but then the budget is 231. I wonder if that could be trimmed by 10,000. It is 64102. It's up. The percentage is up 13%, 14%.
What page are you on there, Paul? Sorry. Page 95.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your question, Councillor McQueen. So these professional and consulting fees, the lion's share of which are our contract with Grace Sawbull. And so their staff provides services on both the CP Rail Trail and the county forest in that regard. They have a similar COLA increase to what we do, and that's generally why we see a small increase. We could certainly go back to them to see if there's any opportunity for flexibility there. But we generally take those numbers that they give us, and they provide those inspection services and various other services in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I had Councillor Body first and then Kentner and then Eccles.
Thank you, Warden Milne. This is supposed to be an El Nino year that we're not supposed to get much more winter than what we're getting today for until the end of February. And I'm wondering if we should be planning on full spending on parking lots for snowmobiles if they're not coming, or if we should be adjusting this year. Now, recognizing you don't want the budget doing this every couple of years and having big jumps next year, but should we be taking that into account when we're looking at plowing parking lots for snowmobiling?
I like your optimism, but I'm not sure I want to bet the house on it. But Scott, do you want to maybe speak to that?
It's certainly something we could look at. We budget for the average winter, so to speak, that you're going to need X number of plows per year. It's one of those things that, once we have the contractor hired and once we have it doing them, they tend to do it on a regular basis when there is a snowfall, just to reduce our liability. So it's one of those things, and I certainly don't want to speak for our liability folks that, once you start doing it, you really got to do it, unless you're just going to post it as not maintained and close it for the winter kind of thing. So, certainly if there is leftover in the budget, if we decide to go forward with plowing this year, then that can go back into reserves. But I also, would be reticent to drop it too much and under budget in that regard and have a surprise.
You okay with that for now? All right, Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to Scott. I just wondered whether the 112.2 going into reserves, whether that also falls onto the tax levy. And coincidentally, the amount budgeted for capital this year is the same number, 112.2. So I'm just I was curious whether you're trying to budget for 2025 as well here, seeing the trends, or just could you just give me a little chapter and verse on, the fact that those numbers are coincidentally the same, and what the impact of on the tax levy will be. Thank you.
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your question, Councillor Kentner. With respect to that 112.2, generally speaking, we draw from reserves each year to cover a number of the projects, including, as I said, the repairs on the bridges and culverts on the Super Rail Trail, some of the parking projects, the land survey. We're anticipating now, based on the good news from the Bridge 42 project, that the contribution back to reserve might be able to be slightly less because we're saving $100,000 on that project. But we try to draw from reserves, but also replenish those reserves so that we have something to draw from in future years. And we talked about this last year at budget, but this Bridge 42 was a bit of a surprise to us. We do annual inspection, or we do regular inspections on our bridges, and we thought we were mostly caught up in terms of the major rehabilitation and repairs. But when they removed some of the decking on this one, what was underneath was worse than expected. So we do try to keep healthy reserves for those, rainy day projects, and the stone dusting work significantly depleted the reserve. So we're in a bit of a catch-up state right now.
Okay with that, Ross? Good. Councillor Eccles.
This concerns the parking lot. Yesterday at County Council, there was some properties that were put towards or going to, my understanding was we were going to dispose of them or make them available. There was one in Durham and one in Markdale. The one in Markdale, is it right beside this lot, or is it part of this lot that we're talking about parking?
Good question. Scott?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. This is the same property we're talking about. So right now we're using the property for parking. We are investigating a number of properties through the county, including the lands in Durham and this parking lot, as to whether or not there's any feasibility that they could be used for housing in the future. And so if we were looking at in the future, and again, there's been no direction given just yet, if we were looking at a build on this project, let's just say, a 4-story apartment building on this project, we could look to potentially have that build and also retain some of the lands for future parking purposes if it fit in that regard. So we haven't disposed of the property yet, and we're still investigating things, but in the interim, we've been using this as parking because people came to sort of rely on it when Chapman's was maintaining that back prior to their fire in that regard.
So I guess visioning into the future, this parking lot, in my mind, if that's where we're going with this housing thing and whatnot, I don't see it being relatively available going forward for this parking, but maybe I'm envisioning wrong or of what we're doing. So on an economic development portion and trails, we've just sold off a parking lot or are going to dispose of it, or certainly declared it surplus to do that. But now we're going to continue using it here. So does the community, we just go right now, no, this isn't going to be a parking lot anymore going forward, and we make the decision now, or we continue to feed money into it, and at some point down the road, it doesn't get there. So we just do it now so that people can make that preparation going forward, or just keep them dangling on the line here? That's what I'm asking. To the point, do we even bother cleaning it anymore?
Through you, Mr. Warden. It's a fair question, Councillor Eccles, and thank you for raising that. We're not putting capital dollars into upgrading this lot. We are, of course, looking at spending dollars to maintain it. I will say it is used year round because it's used in the non-winter months by the ATV club. They've had porta potties there in the past, and we do view it as a pretty central entry point to the CP Rail Trail. Because we don't have any firm direction on whether or not those lands will be surplused or whether or not those lands will have housing on them in the future, our thought was to keep maintaining it as an attribute for local trail users. But we'll certainly take direction from council here and you know, if we need to close it as non-maintained in the winter, we could certainly investigate that.
Thank you, Scott. Randy, do you want to add something? And then I'll go to McQueen.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Warden. And as Scott indicated, I think the intent is, until we obviously dig into a bit further in terms of what are the plans for that parking lot, the intent would always be to try to maintain at least a portion of that parking lot. As Scott indicated, that's a well-used parking area, both for ATVs, snowmobilers, and other trail users to either park their vehicles and bike or walk or hike from that location. It's very, as Scott indicated, very central location on the CP Rail Trail. And so the intent would be at least to maintain a portion of that parking area. But as it relates to digging into some of those investigations, following that report from yesterday and the direction that council provided, it's going to take a bit of time to do those investigations. We wouldn't anticipate any immediate construction on those lands or a portion of those lands for a bit of time. So I think in 2024, at least, I think my recommendation would be to maintain some of these line items so that we can continue to maintain those parking lots for the users of the CP Rail Trail.
Thank you, Randy. Councillor McQueen.
So thank you, Mr. Warden, and I would say it's quite convenient. That parking lot was probably used up to the fall of, or was it August or September, I'm trying to think, must have been September of 2009 when Chapman's fire occurred and whatever happened. So that property has been available for these 12, 13 years. So it's easy to get into the habit of it always being there. But my point of my question is, I thought at one point, and maybe to you, right, I thought there was a plan or there was a report written that was looked at that area as for housing a number of years back. And I thought even through our past planner, Michael Benner, I thought was involved with that as well. So I thought there has been some work done because, you know, in the part of its county lands, but housing is in a short supply and that is lands that is there. So I can understand the idea of having some availability for parking next to the rail trail because it is for recreational purposes too. But I thought there was a study, and maybe we need to dust that off and take a look at that because, you know, I think that's a really good opportunity for housing in that area. So, and I think there's even lights in that parking lot. Maybe they're not turned on anymore, or maybe we pay for the lights too. I don't know, but.
Scott?
Through you, Mr. Warden, to Councilor McQueen. With respect to sort of the former plan that you're talking about, I believe what you're referring to is there was an amendment done to the Municipality of Grey Highlands official plan to take these lands out of an employment designation, so like an industrial designation, and put them into a designation that would allow for residential development. So the local official plan and the county official plan designations do allow for residential development. But further to Liz's report from yesterday, depending on if we were going to surplus these and potentially sell them to the private sector, depending on if we were looking at working with a not-for-profit or if we were looking at a future county build, there's still a fair bit of site investigations and site prep that would need to be done beyond that official plan amendment that's already been done. And, you know, the preliminary estimate that we had from an engineer was sort of north of $100,000 just in those investigations. So this is where, before spending those dollars, we wanted to look into it further and have the discussions with council on where the priorities for housing were and what style of offering that would be. Do we go to an RFP or an expression of interest to see what the private sector could contribute in that regard? And if it is going to be a private sector developer, to what degree are we potentially disposing of the lands? Are we doing some of those studies ahead of time to make sure that they're clean and because they were former rail lands, so you know there can be some contamination associated, or are we just sort of potentially disposing of them warts and all, if you will?
So not to smother the discussion. Let's try to remember we're discussing whether we're going to maintain that parking lot or not. We're not talking about us at housing. Otherwise, Anne Marie's going to have to come up and tell us what's going on. Councillor Gregg and then Councillor McQueen, and then I think we need to move on.
Thank you, because we've stripped this coyote pretty good. So I'm going to just move a motion that we maintain plowing Collapore this year. Because if you're going to advertise it for snowshoeing and cross-country skiing, you kind of got to park there. And that the budget be set at $20,000 for the two items, Markdale and Collapore, and that staff can work on, certainly they can work with Pat's team, perhaps the county at the end of the day, occasionally somewhere, sometime can put a county plow in there. Snowmobiles are pulled by 4x4 trucks. And if that's their objective we're trying to meet is some extra parking, then let the 4x4 trucks park in there when we get snow. But let's just put that to bed. So that's my motion. The budget line is moved to be $20,000 as opposed to $30,000, and we'll move on.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor McKay. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden. It would really be helpful to see a motion on the screen for understanding. Sorry.
I'm sure we can do that. Yep. Yep. What's that?
We'll get it up.
It'll be there momentarily. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'll leave the discussion about the purpose of the parking lot to another day. My only question is, generally, when you're in snow removal, you sort of sublet your contracts like before now for the season. My one question is it per time or by the season? Because it might be tough to go back and wind it back in the bottle if it's per the season versus per time. If it's per time, then I think that allows some flexibility. I just in the sense of process.
Scott.
Through you, Mr. Warden and Councillor McQueen, it is per time. And so we'd have to work with our purchasing staff because we did have a multi-year tender on this one to see what's feasible in that regard, but we can have those discussions with purchasing if council sees fit.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor DeBreen.
So if we're maintaining a rail trail and we're encouraging active recreation and active transportation, and we're not going to provide a place for people to park, and you can't assume that every 4x4 can get in a parking lot that's not been plowed or turned around because of they're pulling a trailer with snowmobiles or ATVs, or I'm just concerned that we have contracts already in place to handle this year, if I'm not mistaken. And are there penalties for pulling back on those? I know you said it's per use. I guess it would be better to understand that a little bit more. I'm just concerned that perhaps I just want to understand this is just keeping it or maintaining it at 2023 levels and not providing any extra service. We're not increasing the level of service, but we're not reducing it. Could you clarify?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councillor DeBreen. In this case, we were trying to budget for an average winter based on what those contracted costs are, and it was the same that we were doing in 2023. And you know, it is a tough thing. The one other thing maybe specific to this Markdale lot that we could look into further as staff as to whether or not there could be any contributions from the Snowmobile Club here. We certainly don't want to count on any dollars from them, but they have been wonderful partners in the past, and maybe they would be able to come to the table with something, but I certainly can't stand before council and promise that in any way.
Thank you, Scott. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment or the sorry, just hold on. Can any, do the folks online, do they understand the motion?
Yes, Mr. Warden.
And Sue, you're okay? You understand? Okay, very good. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, any more discussion on the forestry and trails budget, although I think we've pretty well trimmed that one. All right, Scott, please. Or are you done? You're done. So it must be lunchtime. No. Oh, lunch, coincidentally, lunch is in fact here. So I'm going to give council the option. What would they like to do? Would we like to break for lunch now or carry on with another section of the budget? The next section is economic development, tourism and culture, which is obviously a fairly significant portion of our budget. Perhaps we want to recess, or do you want to carry on? I'm hearing people want to stop for lunch, so let's break for lunch and we'll return. We'll try to be back here by 1 o'clock. Okay, we are recessed.
How you holding up, girl? Are you okay?
Thank you, Rob. Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order. It is very close to 1 o'clock, so I think we'll get going here. The next segment of the budget, as I mentioned earlier, was economic development, tourism and culture. And Savannah is here to take us through that portion of the budget. So Savannah, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Good afternoon, County Council. I think we are all full to the top, but here we go. I'm going to do a quick overview of the department first before we get into the cost centers and just walk you through our department. So Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Department, I'm going to refer to us as EDTC most of the way through because it's a lengthy name. But what our department does is work to enable or create an enabling environment for people and businesses to invest. We create a sense of pride and belonging in our communities. So the outcome of this is increased assessment across the county, which is net to the tax base, and that's through the attraction and retention of people and business. We also honor Grey County, our people, our place, past, present, and future, to build community pride and understanding and belonging in this community that we call home. The EDTC department operates 2 facilities, one being Sydenham Campus, one being Grey Roots Museum and Archives, which includes Morrison Heritage Village. The full department has 25 staff, including myself. We're a mix of full-time and part-time. In the summer, we welcome 15 students, and we also have 110 volunteers. We are entirely non-union as our department. So of the 25 staff, Economic Development and Tourism itself has 5 full-time staff dedicated to business partner and municipal support. The Local Immigration Partnership, which is a partnership between Grey County and Bruce County, is wholly federally funded and has 2 staff positions. The Business Enterprise Center, including the Digital Services Squad, is a mix between provincial funding and levy funding and has 2 full-time staff. Sydenham Campus has 1 staff who operates the entire facility, coordinates all the tenants, all the rentals, and all of the programming. Grey Roots has 13 staff who operate the facility, run all of the programs, events, exhibits, collections, archives, and welcome our visitors. And then there's myself and my amazing administrative assistant to the department. So that makes up Economic Development, Tourism, and Culture. So in your budget package, the narrative that I'm going to take you through starts on page 78, and then the cost centers, all of the charts, they start on page 108. So the 2024 budget was built from the Economic Development, Tourism, and Culture Master Plan. The priorities identified in this budget proposal for you are those that were the most urgent and most prominent throughout the development of that master plan. They were also reviewed with all of our member municipalities late November to ensure we were kicking things off on the right foot together. In 2024, Economic Development, Tourism, Culture budget includes a net departmental requirement operating capital of $3.741 million. What you'll see throughout this budget is reallocation of lines to enable those priorities to happen without a further budget impact. So I'm going to speak to the first 4 cost centers in our department before Mary Lou takes over and talks about community transit. I'll go through all of the operating first, and then we'll talk about the capital. And if you have any questions along the way, please let me know. So Economic Development and Tourism general operating budget. This has a net levy contribution of $1,094,300, which is a decrease of $168,500. The operating budget has been reallocated within this cost center based on the priorities identified through the master plan. So this includes reallocating an additional $9,500 to image and graphic development so we can develop toolkits and resources as per section 2.3 of the master plan, while also supporting return of the Made in Grey magazine and campaign development. We reallocated $14,000 to support a data sharing platform, which is going to have revenues offset by member municipalities and partners because of the value to buy into something like this. We have reallocated $12,700 to support hosted events, such as the inaugural Economic Development Leadership Forum, as well as sector summits in 2024. As well as continuing the good work around networking events such as our job fair, our Warden's Breakfast, Community Connections, and Young Professionals Network. As per the strategy, and something that we did talk about when we developed the master plan, is that we're proposing a shift on the investment focus side. So we want to take a step back from attraction to readiness. So you'll notice through this budget that all of the federal funding and corresponding studies, conferences, professional consulting fees, and travel have all been removed. What we're proposing stays as the $15,000 Think Compass contract and $20,000 in studies and reports line, which allows us to achieve investment readiness sections through the conference or the forum, through municipal partnership, case studies, and through significant economic development projects. In addition to the reductions, the trailhead study was completed in 2023, so you notice a significant reduction on that studies line because we do not need to redo it in 2024. It is done and it has been pulled out. Other notable initiatives that we do have planned through the master plan is the launch of the Gather campaign, which we had intended for 2020, 2024. We're calling it, this is the year to gather. It's going to happen. So you'll notice there's $25,000 has been reallocated to that line, as well as maintaining the 20,000, which we're actually pulling forward from 2023 to 2024 to allow us to do map, print, digital collateral, because we wanted to make sure that we had those destination protocols ready to go. You will also notice that there's a realignment of staffing showing in the 2024 budget. And what that is moving the tourism marketing communications specialist back into economic development, tourism and culture from communications. And that specifically comes out of the economic development, tourism, culture master plan, where we realized the need that tourism had to be able to achieve what was happening and respond to tourism across as one of our key economies. This will also enable some further operational efficiency, having everything in-house. So that's the end of the first portion, economic development and tourism. Do you have any questions before I move on to local immigration partnership?
Councillor Gray.
I do, and I'm going to pay particular attention to page 105 of the full document, because some of the line items I had highlighted were 63,000 advertising. Right below it, image and graphics development. There's a line down below 63,772 is hosted events. 2022 was 11,028. Last year was 29,100. Budgeted is 36,500. I get it. 2021. We're still coming out of COVID. 2022, we're bouncing back, but some of these are significant increases. And when it comes to items like Maiden Gray magazine or the Young Professionals Network, I think there is the ability of our Chamber of Commerce's. I know Owen Sound already creates publications that I heard earlier, duplication is something that we need to be conscious of. And these strike me as somewhat offering duplication in terms of our communications. I'm not certain that at this time, I mean, we're still looking at a base budget increase of what, $4.9 million plus the growth that we've had and benefited from this year. So base budget increase of $7 million. I think there's some items here that this isn't the time that we should be growing some of these budgets, and we lean back on what the Chamber of Commerce already is offering in the communities. I know on Owen Sound, they're doing a live at 5. If you're in the business community, you're a member of the Chamber, these are events that you can already take part of and take benefit of. So I'm very reluctant to support the reestablishment of the Maiden Gray. There's some items here too. I mean, you can choose clicks in terms of if it's on the website, you know, what's the click rate on people actually accessing that? Because that's information that you can use to inform you of the value of that to the community, as opposed to just putting it out there. And if it is valuable, then we should maybe search out advertising revenue to offset the cost of production, not just put it on the taxpayer.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Warden, those line items, those are specifically the ones that I just mentioned that we reallocated. So we reduced other budget lines to be able to put those dollars into those lines. So there's no net new levy for any of these pieces. The advertising, that is all economic development, all tourism advertising locally and abroad. So that you'll notice, instead of having multiple sheets, we have combined sheets this year. So that's why those numbers look substantial, but that's where those changes are coming from. And the image and graphic development, that's specifically to create a digital asset that all of our member municipalities can access, because that's something that we heard throughout the entire development of the master plan, is that locally we didn't have the resources to be able to take the photos, the videos, to prepare the messaging. So this is something that we have all agreed to be able to, as Grey County, take the lead. And the difference between the events that we host and the events that municipally, or not municipally, I guess it would be chambers or other events, those are all specific to your areas. We are the only ones who do something for all of Grey County. Nobody else is doing that. So that is unique to us. Made in Gray magazine is mostly for our elected officials, for our staff. It's a piece that we use to talk about the work that we do so that you're aware of what's happening. We talk about the success stories through our business community so that they have something to be excited about and that we can help promote them as well. So far, it costs about $2,000 to create that. We don't print it any longer and send it to all of the homes. We put it online. So between the images, the graphics, and anything that we're not able to do ourselves, it's not a huge budget piece, but I do think that it has big impact, especially when it comes to this table, and you can see everything collectively in one spot to talk about the work that we're doing. So that's all of those lines, like I said, have been reallocated from others, which is why you see significant decreases elsewhere within this budget cost center.
Any other questions? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. And Savannah, on behalf of Chatsworth, you know, as a small municipality, we don't have economic development officers. Our CAO does multitask, so we really appreciate the added support that the county provides us as a small municipality. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Savannah. Carry on.
Thank you. So the next is local immigration partnership. You'll really like this one because it has zero levy contribution at all, but does amazing work. So this is fully federally funded. It has 2 staff, and the agreement that we currently have goes until March 31st, 2025. So this is a partnership that we have with Grey and Bruce counties, and it is really meant to create a welcoming community across the region. Look at the infrastructure needed, look at the support needed so that we as communities and as businesses are ready as we have immigrants and newcomers coming to the area, because we know how desperate we are for people to fill the jobs we have today, let alone what's coming down the pipeline tomorrow. And this really is an area that we, across our borders, are collectively coordinating services to support our employers and organizations through indirect delivery. So just a quick reminder, we don't do any services direct to newcomers. That happens through YMCA Settlement Services, who got the other half of this grant. So we are specifically working with communities and organizations to make sure that we are welcoming and ready for the folks that we have coming to our area.
Any questions on that piece? Councillor Eccles.
Thank you. And it's just the additional 18,000, like that's a flow through from feds, or didn't quite get that.
No, I think what's happening there, Councillor Eccles, you're like thinking that paragraph is the end of Sydenham campus operating. No problems. It's easy to make that mistake. Although it's easier for some than others. Savannah. Well, it's after lunch. I'll cut you a little slack. Savannah.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, then I will move on to Sydenham campus operating budget. So Sydenham campus, this operating budget enables the campus to fulfill its skills training and innovation mandate. It supports entrepreneurial services from startup to scale up, access to skills training and innovative partnerships such as our ECE, early childhood education, daycare and BEC collaboration, which is the only one in its existence, and the YMCA long-term care PSW training, which I know Jen is very happy about, as well as all 19 long-term care homes across Grey and Bruce, which is where this program is serving. So I want to give you an update on Sydenham campus, and we'll be back in the new year with several updates of what's happened over the course of the year. But just given the timing, I do want to talk about some of the 2023 accomplishments that we've had at Sydenham campus, because, well, even I was amazed, and I'm amazed with Sydenham campus every day. So in 2023, we really pulled together all the pieces to realize the original vision and the goals that the business plan set out when we purchased the facility in 2018. In 2024, thanks to council's support yesterday, we will fully realize that vision in 2024 with the launch of our much anticipated makerspace and the attraction of Henry Bernick Entrepreneurship Center to Sydenham campus to serve Grey and Bruce. Really, really exciting. Today, the campus is full. We have 7 tenants, many who have multiple rooms and multiple programs. And just to give you a sense, we've got 2 businesses incubating right now. One is an innovative medical research company. The other is a literacy tutoring company. Georgian College is there offering their ECE diploma program, their automotive technician apprenticeship program, and the electrical trades practices program. We have Viola Jean's Daycare, which is a licensed childcare center, having 26 toddler and preschool program spaces. We have the Early Learning Hub, We have our Business Enterprise Center in Catapult Grey Bruce, which will soon become Henry Barnick Center for Entrepreneurship. The YMCA is doing their pre-employment and PSW certification. And on the short-term rentals, we've had 276 in 2023. All of this has equated to a $50,000 additional revenue addition to 2024 budget. So it is working. Thanks. That's very exciting. The operating budget requirement to support this building totals $281,800. That's an increase of $25,700. And that increase has been offset by reductions in the general economic development and tourism cost center. As I said at the beginning, we have moved budget lines throughout the entire department to make sure that we didn't have a budget impact when we came back in 2024. So that's where this increase is being offset by a reduction to ECDEV and tourism. The budget's also assisted by $110,000, which is that $50,000 increase over 2023 in tenant revenues, as well as interfunctional rent of $14,200 from children's services. So $80,000 of that revenue goes directly into reserve to offset future capital cost. $44,200 of it goes to offset operating expenses, including cleaning. So any of the tenants, that is an additional piece of their agreement, is that they are paying for the cleaning services. So we take it and pass it through. The salaries and benefits line is increasing for Sydenham campus, but only because the campus manager was hired after budget last year. So now we're realizing the full year impact of having that manager position, which is the reason why Sydenham campus is full and operating and achieving the vision. There's a $45,000 contribution to organizations included in the 2024 budget, and that is offset by the FedDev grant. So we are entering our final 3 months of the FedDev grant that goes until March 31st. And that is supporting business acceleration services through programming, as well as the makerspace, which as of today is now being staffed and operationalized, getting ready for an opening in 2024. So we'll be very excited to be able to cut that ribbon with you. And this is going to provide access to prototyping, mentorship, and commercialization. There's also $18,000 that's been added. So this is, I think, the line, Councillor Eccles, that you were talking about, and that is for hydro and building maintenance costs. Our hydro continues to increase. We did complete our net zero feasibility study this year. So in the capital, when we get there, we'll talk about that project being bumped from 2023 to 2024 because we needed the information first. But our hydro does continue to increase, as well as our maintenance costs. We do not have a custodian or a maintenance person at Sydenham campus. We rely on a part-time cleaning contract. So our maintenance, we're not able to get ahead of it. Our wonderful housing folks help us out every chance they get, but they don't have capacity either. So this is something that continues to increase as part of Sydenham campus. So I'll stop there. And if there's any questions about Sydenham specifically.
Thank you, Savannah. Are there any questions regarding Sydenham campus? Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you for the update and congratulations on the successes, Savannah. Can you provide perspective on terms of the levy draw requirement to support the building at 281 next year in terms in relation to where we projected ourselves to be when we undertook the project a few years ago? Like, are we drawing more here in levy or less than what our early projections were in undertaking this project?
That's a great question. Through you, Mr. Warden, I would have to go back to be certain, but I do believe that we assumed it would be about $200,000 on the levy annually. So we are above that, but we also didn't anticipate the costs of everything would go up. So that's why you're seeing the hydro and the maintenance and utility costs, and that's where a good chunk of that has come.
Any others? Okay, Savannah, please.
Excellent, thank you. So on to the Business Enterprise Center operating. So Business Enterprise Center, this supports increased inquiries, consultations, referrals for entrepreneurs directly resulting in new business startups. So this budget supports these services along with the co-development of entrepreneurial ecosystem through Sydenham campus. And I do have a couple of statistics updates for you from Courtney as well. So in 2023, Business Enterprise Center had 578 inquiries between the two staff, had 148 consultations, which directly resulted in 47 businesses started, 27 businesses sustained, 22 businesses expanded, and 7 businesses purchased. So there was a time when businesses purchased for us was 0. But over the time, we have built trust and we've built understanding in the community. And we have a reputation now where people are comfortable to come and talk to us about their decision to start to sell a business, because that's the complete life cycle, right? That's where the Business Enterprise Center comes in with the new folks who are looking to buy that business. And then we're able to maintain the businesses that we have in our community. So that is a number, even though it's low, to us is huge. And it's really nice to see business succession happening instead of just having a closure. So as per priority 4 of the Economic Development Tourism Culture Master Plan, the BEC program is funded by a provincial grant of $184,500 in 2024 and a levy contribution of $120,900. We're also proposing the development of a new website as per section 4.1 of the plan, which would be funded from a transfer from the Business Enterprise Center reserve of $10,000. We do want to note that the BEC funding does represent a budget risk. We have not got confirmation that our +1 agreement year is coming. Our current agreement expires March 31st of next year in 2024. We are hopeful that it will come, and we have built this budget on the assumption that we will be getting a +1 of the agreement. So if that doesn't happen, we will come back to you with a report and a plan for how we move forward. In addition to the Business Enterprise Center, we also had a Digital Main Street grant that we were awarded from the province, and that also expires March 31st. Now, we don't have indication that this program will come back, so we have budgeted on the assumption that it will not. If it does come back, then it will actually help our levy contribution, because some of that dollars can be applied towards the staff that we do have, which is what we've been doing in the last year. And that was part of why you're seeing the increase in staff line there. So a couple of statistics from this program. Since the launch in July 2022, we have served 285 businesses through the program, and we are on target to reach the goal of 360 by March 31st. Through the program, $89,000 in grant funding has been administered through the county for Digital Main Street, which is all provincially funded. And that's in addition to the $58,000 of provincial funding that goes through starter company and summer company grants. So all of that goes to the Business Enterprise Center staff. So that is the end of Business Enterprise Center. Do you have any questions about that one?
Not seeing any. Carry on, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will move on to Grey Roots operating budget. In 2023, we have seen that our paid visitation has returned to pre-pandemic levels. So we're celebrating that. It's really exciting to see the people coming back through the door. So we are nearly hitting our 2019 banner season. And the year's not over. So we're going to keep going. But right now, as of December 13th, we were sitting at 21,323 paid visits to Grey Roots. The revenues, however, are blowing out of the water our previous records, which is really, really exciting to see. So for instance, in 2019, which was the best year of admission we had ever had, was $45,872. As of last week, we were at $56,369, and we haven't finished the year. So that is good news. We're on the right path forward. That doesn't include any educational groups, day camps, special events, group bookings, rentals, retail sales, or memberships. Those combined add up to over $100,000. So things are looking really positive at Grey Roots. And I also want to take a moment to celebrate Morrison by Candlelight. And I want to say thank you to Councillor Mackey yesterday for the shout out during Good News and Celebrations about the event. So over the course of the 2 days this year, we welcomed 1,957 people. They brought in more than $18,000 between admission, shop sales, and sponsorships. It was a tremendous event, and we really cannot thank our staff and volunteers enough for putting on such a magical event. And it really, truly is our signature event, and I am so proud of the work that our team is doing. So in 2024, the Grey Roots budget includes a net departmental requirement of $1,699,300. And in 2024, we're celebrating 20 years. It's our anniversary. So we look forward to welcoming new and returning audiences to learn, experience, connect, and reflect. And following on the heels of the EDTC master plan, we are prioritizing programming and beginning to position ourselves as leading as a tourism information hub for the region. So this includes expanded program offerings through third-party vendors. To account for returning pre-pandemic visitation, we've added $25,000 to the admission revenues. Utilities, no different than Sydenham and any other property we have, continues to raise. So that's resulted in a $16,000 increase for hydro and $3,100 for heat. And a $2,200 contribution from reserve will be used to complete the Heritage Railway, which is very exciting. So by 2024, we hope you will be able to ride on a little Heritage Railroad, and all of that came from donations and wonderful legacy sponsorships. So as per priority 2 and 3 of our EDTC master plan, Grey Roots is going to continue to offer child and family focused activities and programs And we look forward to growing our adult programming following some great success we've had so far in 2023. We want to continue to focus on signature events such as Morrison by Candlelight, build on screening performance success that we've seen filling our 75-seat theater throughout the year, and expand our tour offerings to provide curated experiences in Morrison Heritage Village. So through the 2024 budget, Grey Roots will launch its third intake of the Community Cultural Initiatives Fund and work closely with our Indigenous Advisory Circle to better tell the stories through our exhibits, our programs and events offerings, and start to work with the Niagara Escarpment Commission to review site permissions as per section 5.2 of the master plan. That is the end of Grey Roots and operating. Do you have any questions before we move into capital?
Any questions on the Grey Roots operating? I don't see any. I would just note that when the train does run, the warden wants to pull the whistle cord. Carry on, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will start on capital. So the economic development, tourism, culture, capital component of the budget requires a net levy of $193,900, which is a decrease of $30,000 or $36,000 over 2023. So for the economic development side specifically, we have a transfer of $50,000 from one-time reserve funding to renovate the administration quadrant of the county administration building for economic development planning, CAO clerks, legal office space. The final installment of the $180,000 in grant funding from member municipalities through the CIP program is not included in this budget. It was finished in 2023 budget and pulled from one-time funding during that budget cycle. We also have a $6,600 transfer to reserve towards future updates for our master plan and $2,600 towards future vehicle replacement. And that vehicle replacement, it should have been replaced years ago, but it works perfectly fine. So we just keep bumping it down the line because as long as it's functioning, we're not going to replace something that works. So you'll continue to see year over year, it will likely continue to be pushed forward. But that's the end of the ECDEV capital budget. Any questions on that one?
Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Warden. I appreciate you always coming to me first. There's an item here. This is the first of two capital items, which I wish to draw out for attention in the budget regarding this building. I would need to be convinced that the renovations to the admin quadrant at this building are absolutely necessary, as well as the later one coming of $75,000, I think it was for the finance department at this time. I'm not comfortable in supporting those initiatives, noting the pressures the taxpayers are under, and I would have a hard time discussing these projects with a taxpayer in this budget and convincing them they are required and essential. So I would need to be convinced at this time of the first of those two items.
Perfect. Through you, Mr. Warden. So this item is being pulled from one-time reserve. It's not a levy hit. It was budgeted in 2023, but we weren't able to complete the work given all of the things that were happening and delays. So it is being rebudgeted in 2024. We call it the bobbling heads in our quadrant, and we are made up of a whole bunch of cubbies. So when you're on standing, you're basically shoulder height and it's just heads floating everywhere. But we've also seen a real shift because of our virtual work environment where almost everybody is on Teams, and it gets very, very loud when you're on, even when you're on headphones and you're on Teams. So everyone starts to whisper, and they're looking for an office space that doesn't exist, or they're looking at a meeting room that is fully booked. So that is what this was meant to do, is not a physical renovation so much as buying proper equipment, whether it's increasing the height of the cubbies that we have so that there is a little bit more privacy and can dampen that sound, getting some, like what transportation services, we really like Pat's, they have a sliding door on it to be able to close so that we're able to conduct good business and confidential business that right now everybody can hear in the quadrant area. So even though it's showing up in my budget, I think it affects 4 departments, but it is something that we're recommending. Of course, it's council decision, but to enable the efficiency of staff, we do believe that it's important to continue onward, but we'll take your direction.
Brandy, do you want to add something there, please?
Yeah, we're also looking at opportunities to try to be as cost effective with respect to those dollars and cents. As Savannah noted, that there's definitely some needs that are required in some of our spaces, just based on our hybrid work environment, as she noted, in terms of from a noise and impact perspective that we would need to address just to provide a bit more privacy. So we are looking at things like used furniture opportunities and other things like similar to what Transportation Services has done to repurpose some of the equipment that maybe is being closed from other office closures throughout the province. So so we are looking at opportunities to make sure that we're as cost efficient as possible. So hopefully we won't need to dip into all those funds from a reserve perspective, but as Savannah noted, it is being funded from reserve. And if we don't spend it at all, then it remains in reserve.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Kentner, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you to Savannah. I'm not exactly, there's a number of projects here, and it's hard to decipher just exactly what money is going where, when, and where from, and so on. But just as a general principle, like this building is, I want to say 10 years old, if I'm not mistaken, roughly. And my thought would just be, you know, we should take a really hard look at moving people, not walls, wherever this comes, you know, because we're in a day and age when many people are working from home. Like a person might choose to work from home on a day that they have a Teams meeting, or but I just think that the theory should be, you know, move people, not move walls. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Warden, that is a great question and comment, and we definitely aren't building walls. That's not our intent. It's to look at furniture specifically. And the interesting thing about our department is that we're all on kind of a flexible work arrangement where we are a mix of from home and from office and offsite and all over the place. And it is still very noisy and it's still very busy. And I would say probably 90% of our day is spent on meetings on Teams or in person because of all the collaborative work that we do with all of our member municipalities and partners. So we're a little bit of a, I guess, a different group. And if we all showed up tomorrow, we'd have nowhere to go. So we do have that shared workspace and shared arrangement. And this is definitely a matter of suggesting that we try and make the work-life balance better when we're in the office, so that we can continue to be efficient in the work that we're doing. But we don't want to build any walls. We totally agree with you on that. It's all through furniture.
Okay, thank you, Savannah. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Continue, please.
Thank you. So the next is the tourism capital budget. And this includes $46,400 to implement the cycling and trail signage as per the master plan. So this covers the installation of the signs on the county roads, and it's funded mostly from reserve. Over 40,000 is coming from reserve and 6,000 is funded from levy. All of the signs have been purchased following the report that we brought back to you this fall, and that was all purchased through federal funds. So this is the county's portion of completing that work based on the federal program and getting everything up and going. We also have a $6,600 transfer similar to ECDEV, and that's for the master plan. $3,800 towards future vehicle replacement, which similar to the ECDEV one will be bumped until it is time that we need it. And $1,000 transfer to reserve for future signage. And this can include wayfinding signs, cycling signs, trail signs, just any sign that would be tourism related. Any questions on that one before I go to Sydenham?
Councillor DeBreen.
Through you, Warden. I may have missed it, so I apologize. We keep taking from reserves. I would just like some assurance or confirmation that we've been putting money into reserves for this purpose in most cases, as opposed to just, we have the money in reserves, we're going to borrow it to artificially, you know, smooth the budget over for a period of time. Because I mean, the more you take from reserves, the less you have in case of an emergency. So just very good question. To you, Mr. Warden, any of the reserves that we're pulling, not including the furniture one that we just spoke about, but the sign specifically, that was a one-time project. So it's not something that we are continuing to do, but we do have that $1,000 contribution for future sign replacement.
So anytime that we're going to pull from reserve, we specifically set one up for it. Yeah, so we have enough dollars at this point to be able to pull without deflating. Sorry, I should have kept that on. So the Sydenham campus capital budget. So this includes 353,400 coming from reserve to complete the HVAC replacements in 2024. So as I mentioned in the operating portion, this is a project that we had budgeted for 2023, but by the time we had the net zero feasibility study completed, we didn't have time to do the work. So we have engineering work that is just going on right now, so that we're ready to go for the spring, because we have 2 HVAC units that have quit and will not have air conditioning by the time it gets hot. So we have the pressure is on. And this project, like I said, will follow the net zero feasibility study. And that's where you'll see, as part of the reserve funds that we have for Sydenham campus, $80,000 every year is coming out of the operating money from the tenant revenue that we get to be able to pay for these future capital upgrades. In order to achieve any kind of net zero, the $100,000 that was already pulled out of the budget at the October 24th, I think it was date, that $100,000 that was pulled out, that means that we will require any funding, grant funding, to be able to become net zero, to achieve council's goal of having net zero buildings by 2045. So right now we have enough in the reserve through this budget and through the 10-year capital plan to pay for all of the building condition assessment requirements to maintain the building. But if we want it to become net zero and we don't have grant funding, it won't happen. So we're very hopeful that there will be grant funding available to make that happen. You will also see $75,000, which is the final portion of that $845,000 in FedDev contribution. And that is going to complete the Fab Lab through the purchase of the final pieces of equipment, the final bit of electrical upgrade that is happening so that we're ready to open in the spring. And this will be completed by March 31st because that is the end of the funding deadline for FedDev. Anything on Sydenham budget? Okay, home stretch, Grey Roots Capital. All right, so Grey Roots net capital has a levy impact of $87,300. And that is for transfers to reserve specifically to fund future repairs to Morrison Heritage Village, the main building and equipment. You will notice this is $123,000 less than last year because that was the dollars that we pulled out by removing all future heritage builds out of the 10-year capital. So that was a change that we made early in the budget process and as part of the master plan. The rest of the initiatives do not have a levy impact. They are all funded from reserve because of that annual contribution that goes into it. So what you will find through here is the completion of the Grey County Gallery refresh, which is included, and that is $130,300 funded from reserve. We have $25,000 pulled from reserve for theater upgrades and life cycle replacement because the projector in there is on its last legs and they no longer make any of the parts for that projector. So it's replace it or don't have it. And the theater is now becoming well used. So 2024, we really feel is the year for that. Front of house upgrades of $10,000 from reserve, and that is to improve our tourism information hub so that we can start to build ourselves as that focal point of the region. We also have $40,000 coming from reserve to update the website so that we can look at virtual exhibits, online programs, and better enhance our online presence to create better access across the region and outside of the region. There is $330,000 for flat roof replacement above the collection area, collection storage area, and the refurbishment of the existing roof repair handling unit. There's $320,000. And just like we did in 2023, we packaged those because if we're needing to replace one and we're doing the roof, we might as well do it together because there's cost savings in doing that. There's $25,000 to replace the bandstand roof, which is at a point where every time we have a big wind, the shingles are flying off. So we need to replace that bandstand roof, as well as $12,000 to replace the schoolhouse water heater and circulation pump. So all of those projects, as I mentioned, all come from reserve and do not have a levy impact. So that is the end of Grey Roots Capital and my budget presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Savannah. Are there any questions regarding Grey Roots Capital or any of Savannah's presentation for that matter? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Savannah. Appreciate your time. So moving on to Mary Lou, and she's going to speak to Grey Transit And she'll probably bring Stephanie up for any specific questions related to that same service. So Mary Lou, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. So Gray Transit is, the narrative begins on page 81. So the, excuse me. The levy requirement for 2024 totals $438,300 and a decrease of $9,100 as compared to 2023. This budget has $964,600 in revenue. 73% of this is from grant, including the portion that is for Southgate. Not included in your budget is a $20,000 reduction opportunity that's been identified by Stephanie. So across the budget lines for office supplies, other materials and services, travel, license, and promotion. And so that's not reflected in the numbers that you're seeing before you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions regarding Gray Transit? Counselor Greg, please.
Well, I will speak to it. I've got page 112 in the document open, but I'm going to refer back to the GTR service summary, which was a slide presented earlier in November at our one meeting. And we have to have, I think, as a council, a real solid discussion on the valid reasons why we would continue through with the service, which has a projected net levy cost of $438,300 in this slide. The net levy cost per rider, Owen Sound to Dundalk, $13.98 projected for 24, $1.35 for Dundalk to Orangeville, $21.55 to Owen Sound to Meaford, $38.50 per rider net levy cost for Meaford to Blue Mountains, $10.18 from Owen Sound to Wyerton. That $1.35 certainly speaks to the benefit of residents in the bottom of Grey County, but that ridership is leaving Grey County, using Grey County tax dollars, supporting this system, sending residents to benefit Dufferin County. We would be better off refocusing on how we provide or what service we provide in the future. It would be wonderful for Dufferin County. Their businesses in Orangeville and Shelburne are reaping the benefit of the County of Grey taxpayer funding a service to send people south of our border. It would be more advantageous for us just to sign an agreement in the future to offset some of their costs to the benefit of our riders that are using that service. But the general cost of this service is such that it's unfortunate we've tried it. I was a big supporter of trying it. My accolades to staff for trying it. 7-8 years ago, I followed a community called, I think it's Marquette in Michigan. They had a service that provided transit service to outlying communities, but capital and resources were funded by the state, the federal government. We don't have those supports in place here, and we don't have the ridership to support it. And we've been pretty much handcuffed with our inability to increase our revenues by increasing our fares. So it's $5 is what we have to cap our rate. It's $3 to ride across the city of Owen Sound on our transit service. Or if I use the Ghost Transit from Guelph to Owen Sound as an example, we can have riders pay a more equitable cost for the service of $20 and commute up to Owen Sound. They're using the service. It's fair, but the level of subsidy here is something that I don't think the county can afford. Yeah, I think it's great. We have a budget and finance committee that's going to look throughout the year at next year's budget before it gets here, but we have a base budget concern that's valid, and we've got to start tackling it here now in the moment. And this is a significant cost or a driver to our base budget here at the County of Grey that I think we should have a discussion about, because I'm in support of removing it from the levy, from this removing the service. And again, back to that slide, when the province, if the province were to remove their funding, the 2025 net levy cost per rider goes to $25 from Owen Sound to Dundalk, $14.50 Dundalk to Orangeville, $38.50 from Owen Sound to Meaford, $69 from Meaford to Blue Mountains, $27 per rider from Owen Sound to Wyerton. That's not serviceable. It's not affordable.
Councillor DeBreen, Mary Lou, did you want to speak to any of that, or? I'm giving you the opportunity. I'm not asking for a response necessarily.
I guess I'll start with, I didn't hear a question. So yes, we've had a grant. Yes, it runs till March 2025. Yes, there's a levy contribution. Yes, if you determined that you wanted to end early, we'd have to give driver seat 6 months notice. We would still have to do the reporting to the province through to the end of March 2025. But I'm not sure what else you're looking for at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mary Lou. Councillor DeBreen.
Through you, Warden, I would just like, I understand, and it is, we have this conversation often. We get funding, and then it's left to us to support when the funding runs out or subsidize to make that. Could we be reminded about Dufferin County's level of contribution? I believe we don't go weekends now. Doesn't go to Orangeville. The intent to go to Orangeville was for employment, not necessarily to go shopping in another community. It was to get people from our community to the Go bus in order for them to get to their employment in Toronto, because they're choosing to live here and not realizing that there's no train. I'm just wondering if the, either through Director Spicer or CA Wingrove, if we could be reminded of the support that we're getting from Dufferin County to extend into their community. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Stephanie can speak to that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, Councillor DeBreen. Currently, we are not receiving any funding from Dufferin County to offer the service for them. It was originally based off the grant, which is why we went to Orangeville. They did pay for weekend service up until the end of this year. As of January 1st, they will no longer be offering weekend service between Dundalk and Shelburne and Orangeville, as they have also concluded that it is no longer fiscally responsible.
Thank you. And do we continue to stop in Shelburne?
Monday to Friday, we do stop in Shelburne as that's part of our grant service. On the weekends, we do not. And may I add as well, I am currently having discussions with Metrolinx and Go Transit and continuing to have those conversations about what it could look like about bringing the Go bus past Orangeville and advocating on behalf of Grey County for Southgate and for Shelburne to say, hey, we have a need here. Could the province help us? And trying to have those conversations. So I am at those tables.
Go ahead.
Through you, thank you. Because another voice at that table would certainly be welcomed. We have been advocating to the province probably for some 3 or 4 years, including the developer advocating to go as well, to come up and have, each Shelburne or preferably Dundalk as a center point for a Go bus run. Don't know that we've had much success in that regard, but I think that was the whole purpose of this grant, was to prove that there was a need to the province for that. go run. So the more voices to be heard at that table would be welcomed. And certainly, I think that if we are stopping in Shelburne, I know that the grant was originally that Dundalk Southgate applied for was for Dundalk to Shelburne. That was originally what the granting was for. The county had its own separate grant, and then we combined we felt it was worth combining our resources. Then we did the extension to Orangeville. That was my understanding, but how it ever got to that point, I think if we're stopping in Shelburne and supporting their economy, they should be coming to the table.
Kim, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The only thing I thought, Stephanie, might be useful for council is that recently there has been some further activity and research being undertaken by a couple of other partners that you're aware of. So I don't know if you want to speak to MTO's work or any of the other people that you've spoken to as far as the future of or the federal grant money.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, so I'm currently also part of a group called SCT. So that's the Southwest Community Transit Organization. And all of us had a meeting yesterday and we were all talking about, we all have this same problem where we're all at this point where we've done really well. We've built up this awesome transit system, but now we're all faced with this dollar amount. So we all are saying the same thing, that we need to continue to advocate to the province for provincial dollars. But now that the federal government has released funding as well, what does that look like? And how can we apply for the planning stream to set us up for the future? And how can we use the capital money to offset that plan? So currently I am working with Dillon Consulting and my colleagues at MTO and SCT to develop what our future could look like beyond our intercommunity transit system that we're offering. So could it look like we have, you know, the main strips that go up and down our main highways, and then we offer some sort of ride sharing, carpooling? Who knows what that looks like, but we need to explore the options, because regardless, if we have a fixed route in place, whoever pays for it, the province or us, we still have a lot of our residents that aren't able to get there. So that's a gap. So how do we fix that? Well, we start planning. So my goal is to apply to the federal government for some planning dollars to plan a plan on how to make that happen, and then get the capital dollars to get us off the ground and running to make something happen. Of course, understanding and hearing these conversations, I'm not intending on building anything that will require future dollars to continue to build, because we know that as we go down this road, it's going to continue to get harder to fund things. So I'm trying to set it up so that it will be some sort of cost neutral, but who knows, we need to apply for planning and capital dollars. So that's down the road. But there are a lot of conversations that are happening. So there's lots of people that are wanting to advocate to the province. I know we are trying to get a delegation. There's the SCT table. There's my folks that I'm meeting with at Metrolinx and Go Transit. And then I'm also sitting with people at Uber. So there are a number of conversations going on, and lots of us are saying the exact same thing. When we'll be heard, I'm not sure, but we are trying.
Thank you, Stephanie. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and through you to Stephanie. If council decided to reduce the levy contribution of 438,000, can you just tell us what's the service reduction would be and what the contract implications are, please?
Through you, Mr. Warden, Councillor Mackey, off the top of my head, it would look like a rough, Monday to Friday, we currently run 5 days a week between Owen Sound and Orangeville. This is just an example. And we go 4 times a day. It would go down to 3 times a week, 3 times a day. So it would look completely different. It would no longer be able to be used as a commuter system to get to work, to catch the GO bus, those kinds of things. It would be more like a long haul Greyhound kind of service where you take your ride in, you spend the night wherever you're going, and then maybe you come home tomorrow. So it would look completely different than what we are currently offering. And in regards to the impact that it will have on our community, it will be significant, as the people that are currently relying on it for their current uses won't be able to use it the way that they are today. And you had questions in regards to the contract, sorry. As Mayor Lou had noted, it is a 6-month back out kind of window, so we would have to have those conversations with them and let them know of the reduced service level that will be coming down the pipes, as it will impact their operations, and there are staff that provide the service for us, so it is their livelihood as well. So we do have to be sensitive for that.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Stephanie, just to follow up, do you have any idea of how many riders are using this to get to employment on a daily basis? Especially in the northern, Owen Sound to Meaford, Owen Sound south to Markdale. I understand there's a lot of people traveling from Southgate down to Orangeville, but particularly in Grey County, how many people are utilizing it for employment?
Through your worship, I don't have a hard number for you, but what I do know is within Grey County, it would be used for employment more. A lot of people, as Councillor Gregg has noted, do use the bus to leave Grey County to connect to the GO Transit and continue on to whether that is for employment or that is to connect back to their family and friends, which is just as important. That's why they leave the Grey County. Within Grey County, it is often for shopping, to get to grocery stores, because perhaps where you live, there isn't an affordable one. So people try to get to cheaper ones, for socialization and appointments. When we started the system, we thought it would be for employment more, but then COVID happened and employment is no longer the same as what it was when we started this system. If we wanted to be purely employment, that would also look like a different transit system than what we're currently doing. And what we've learned is the people that need our services are the everyday human being, and it may not necessarily be for work.
Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and to you, to Stephanie. I know when we introduced this was when I was warden in 2020, and that's a few years back, and we're capped at $5 per rider. I just wonder, is there any way of having a conversation like Councillor Gregg said, like $20 you pay? Like, it just seems to be a rate of inflation and everything else. $5 seems like, I don't know if you can't even go to McDonald's for $5 anymore. So I guess you get coffee and donut maybe, or a muffin, but you know what I mean? Like, is there a way to help that side? And I don't know what that would trickle down into the $438,000 of say it went from $5 to $20, but certainly that make a big difference. But it just doesn't seem to be right in today's day to ride from Owen Sound to Orangeville for $5. Is that what it is? Like, what a deal, what a deal. But it just, it goes back to what Councillor Gregg saying. It comes back to the part that we're subsidizing, and I just throw that out there. Is that an option so?
Yeah, just if I could just add something there. It occurs to me that when the province funded this, they capped it at $5. Fair enough. It's their money going in. They'll cap it. But 438,000 is our share. Maybe we don't cap our share. If we're going to increase the rate, well, that's reflected in what we're putting into the pot. Province is still capped at $5. We're going to put $5 cap on ours. So now it's $10 or whatever. Stephanie, is there any validity to something like that or not?
Thank you, Your Worship. So sort of, yes, I can see where you're coming from, and I know what the GHOST system is doing. And there are other transit agencies that do that as well. Based on the distance you travel, you pay a different fee. So is that something we could explore? Yes, the province is open to other discussions and things like that. Of course, they want to see the service continue. So if we need to do something, then that is fine. But again, I just want to remind everyone that it's $5 to go all the way from Owen Sound to Orangeville, but it is also $5 to go from Owen Sound to Chatsworth. So depending on how far you travel, you get a better deal, but you also have to be on the bus for a lot longer. So yes, it's a really great price, but you're on the bus for a long time. And so it's just, there's a lot that goes into riding a bus, and you can increase the cost for some people, but I assure you the people that are using the bus is because they need the bus. So increasing the cost for them may mean that they can't use the bus anymore. And then we have a bus running empty. So I'm not sure which one is better.
I just want to add, we haven't brought report forward yet on this, but the province MTO is currently consulting on an updated Southwest Transit. Sorry, let's try that again. An updated Southwestern Ontario transportation plan. And goal number one in that plan is getting people moving and connecting communities. And one of the actions under that goal that they've identified for discussion is improving transit connectivity in rural and or underserved areas, including through on-demand, microtransit, and other alternative service models. We've been asked to, Wellington County has asked for a delegation at Roma, and they've asked us to join with them. You know, if some of you will be aware that they run a slightly different service, that their on-demand service Ride Well. So I do think that we're in a better place than I thought we would be a year or two ago, as far as the interest that the province is paying to this issue and the interest that they might have in seeing it continue. When we first started this, it was very prescribed and they were very strict. And then since that time, we've seen them start to be a lot more open to alternatives. I think there is a conversation to be had with them about whether or not we could make a case for them to open up the grant agreement and allow us to alter the fare system that we have in place. But we'd have to ask that question and see whether they would be open to it. I think the other discussion, this would take a little bit more analysis, but it's whether or not you want to look at rationalizing the routes. I know Stephanie's talked to you about that before. Do you, you've all noted that some of the routes perform a lot better than other ones. So do we want to make it, do you want to step back from some of the routes that we are offering and just concentrate on the ones that are there? Those things come with grant funding, so it's not, you know, you're not going to see the full benefit of it because some of it we'd have to step away from grant funding, but it is another way of looking at it.
Thank you, Kim. Counselor Body, and then I have here and then.
Thank you, Warden Milne. I'm thinking about the kid that maybe picked Georgian College because they were able to come here by transit and it could affect them going. I'm thinking of people that are living in smaller communities around Grey County that are still living in those communities instead of moving into Owen Sound because they can get in by transportation to get to their services, et cetera, that may not be able to. It has, I've had some concern about some of the prices, you know, free weekends to Collingwood, et cetera, that I'm not sure if it worked. So what I'd like to do is make a motion, if someone will second it, that we get a report back to council in 3 or 4 months, pick one or the other. I guess I'm making the motion. I'll pick within 4 months that reviews the fee that we're charging for the bus and rationalization of routes, and then we can have a look at it.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that? Counselor Carlton. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Counselor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would like in that report to come back that what would make it cost effective per rider? Because you got a grant that is expiring. And we have this, you know what I mean? What would it have to be for cost per rider to make it? Because once, if you look down the road and when the grant ends, what's it going to cost? Right? So I think there needs to be a bit of modeling built into, you know, this scenario of you charge so much. This is what maybe offsets that. But when the funding stops per route, you know, what's it going to take to keep it going and some ideas? Because I think we need that. We need that when it comes back. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? Counselor Deckard.
Thank you, Warden. My question was going to be regarding the results of the free ridership program that we offered last summer, fall, and what kind of uptake we had on that, whether it was really increased ridership, but perhaps this would be part of this report that Councillor Body is proposing. So my question may be answered in that.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Well, I support getting more information as Councillor Body is asking for. I think we need that information to make, future decisions in transit in general, and based on Kim's conversations, not knowing where the province is going. But in the meantime, I don't believe we can afford a net levy contribution. We're talking budget today, so I don't believe we can afford a net levy contribution of 438,000 going forward. We need to stop that. We can't afford that part. We need to go back to what the basic contract was. So I would move that we do or eliminate the county contribution to the transit.
Well, I can't take that motion at the moment because I have one on the floor, but I hear. We'll see where the current motion goes, and then we can come back to that if you wish. Go ahead.
So if we support Councillor Body's motion, does that preempt the motion to discontinue the county contribution? I mean, he's asking for information, so I think we could still discontinue if it was county's wish, right? The contribution.
I guess the report would be kind of a moot thing if we stop the service. Because it's pretty hard to start it up again if you're going to stop it midstream. Go ahead.
I guess that's what I'm not clear on, whether it wouldn't be stopping the service. It would be reducing our service back down to what the provincial contracted amount allowed.
And I guess, and I hear what you're saying now. I understand. And I guess that would be a decision of council to make. But we're going to deal with Councillor Body's motion first. Councillor Body, do you have something further to add to your motion?
Just to clarify for Councillor Mackey, he's right. My motion is contemplating that we continue with the funding and we review it going forward, not. So if you don't like my idea, you'll have to vote it down to go with cutting. That makes sense?
Yep. Councillor Eccles, you had a point you wanted to make or a question?
Yes, but it'll be dependent on how this motion is voted on. So I would ask that we call the vote on Councillor Body's motion.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there's any further discussion on the motion on the floor. Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I guess my comment would be that I know this is coming out of the levy. It's what, about 2/3 of a percent of levy dollars going toward this, but it is a service to our residents that helps residents who can't afford a vehicle, who can't afford to make that trip, but need to make that trip. So while it's a cost to everyone, it is also a benefit to our residents.
Absolutely. So perhaps I'm going to ask the clerk's department if they could put the current motion on the screen while we get a couple more questions here. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much, Warden Milne. Can I just get clarity from staff? We're asking for more information sometime in the realm of within the next 3 to 4 months, but we're saying it's going to take 6 months to implement any changes to this program that we may want to make. Are we able to do both those simultaneously? If we're initiate a conversation with our partners that are providing the service and then let them know the general consensus is that if that's the will of council, to remove a certain level of this service, they can start with that process or be prepared for that while we're waiting for the information. I'm just wondering do we have to get the information first before the decision can get made, or can we retract the decision if the information changes the decision?
Kim, perhaps?
The terms of the agreement with driver's seat are that they require 6 months notice. So if we gave them that notice, we would be saying that as of, June, whatever, that the service is discontinued, and then, their business, they would need to make business decisions about redeploying their capital and their people.
I have Councillor DeBreen first and then McQueen.
I guess one of the questions through you, Warden, would be, because I can't recall, were there any requirement for fund matching when we got the funding originally? And if, and I guess as a result of the report that may or may not be coming, would we be in jeopardy by not fulfilling our obligation? Who can, I'm sorry, I just cannot remember. I know that I was part of the conversation back when it started.
Stephanie, please.
Thank you, your worship. It's about 10 grand. That's like our matching, and it's just more of like an administrative fee that we kind of say, like, we will do our piece. But I wouldn't be concerned in the logistics. We have written up some good contracts, and I think we'll be okay if this is the wish of council.
And I do want to remind also that within our Southeast Gray area, people are using GTR to get to Markdale for health services. Whether it's from Southgate or Chatsworth or within Grey Highlands, they are using that to get to the hospital or to get to community health center, to get to other services.
Great. Counselor McQueen, then I have Matrosovs, and then I have Mackey.
One point of clarity is sort of going back to what Councillor Mackey was saying, that the 438,300 is levy funded. But if it was reduced or removed, you gotta give 6 months notice, but it's still, the project is still to 2025. So even if you're giving notice to the provider, it would be a change of service. If that was changed, it'd be a reduction in service, unless there's a new formula that is able to charge more. But sometimes when things make a change, things happen quickly. Sometimes that happens as well. And I'm just saying hypothetically that sometimes if it's a good program, maybe the province comes to the table. There's a lot of variables there, but I just want to put the point is, as if there was a change in the 438, it would just mean a reduction in service, which would mean that the provider would have to reduce the service till 2025.
Yeah, probably. Counselor Matrosovs. There we are. Andrea, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, the chair, Councillor Dorbreen did raise the one issue that I hadn't heard up until now, is also the connectivity to healthcare services. Certainly for our far-reaching east residents, for example, who are affiliated with some sort of need or service that is over in Owen Sound. So that has to be added to it. The students, I've heard already referenced to that students utilize it in order to get to their education, whether it's Georgian College or another education facility, as well as employment. So I am concerned about the, the direction that if we end up with, but we'll reduce it, we'll not cancel, but we'll reduce it back, because that reduction could make or break somebody's decision about whether or not they can continue at the educational institution they've chosen. It can make or break whether or not somebody can keep a full-time job or a part-time job if the availability for transit gets cut in half like that. So I am concerned about that, which is why I'm in favor of supporting Councillor Body's motion, because we need those details filled in. And then we've talked a lot about driver's seat needing their 6 months notice. But again, those three pockets of people, whether they're students, whether their employment, it's related to their employment or their healthcare services, they may need to alter their life significantly, and we'll need that heads up if that's going to be the case. So that's why I'm in favor of the further information. More details. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Counselor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. In regards to, there's some valid points there about, a Georgian College student. I don't believe that many people are able to utilize the service. And I think, Stephanie alluded to the same thing for employment. As far as medical services, the program would still be available, as Stephanie indicated, 3 times a day, 3 times a week. So there would still be opportunity to book appointments around those travel times. It's the amount of money that we're spending right now. And everybody wants to see that percentage down, and we're getting near the end of the day. if that's what we want to do, then this is an opportunity. So. Just my final thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? And the motion you can see is on the screen. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Tara, for doing that. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? All those in favor, please indicate. Those, oh, sorry. Keep forgetting the people on the screen here. In favor, indicate again, please. In favor. Okay, those opposed? That is lost. So where does council want to go now? Councillor Eccles.
And hearing all of this, and I believe that it's in 54099, fair revenue. 2023, the year-end projection is $91,600. Stephanie? We've only got 82,000 in for the 24 budget. And because why?
Because we cut a route last year.
Cut the route and we're still how much more above what even 2022 was. Anyways, those numbers aren't the ones that confuse me or gave me concern. And I've heard bumping it to $20 and or the part from the province is it's capped at $5. We're not 100% sure, but this is a budgeting process and I'd like to say, fine, you're paying $5. That's the budget. That's the provincial part. You're getting subsidized on this trip. But you are going to pay, if you're going to ride on the bus, and whether it's from Owen Sound to Chatsworth, or whether it's from Owen Sound, I guess, to Orangeville, you're going to pay $10 as a county fee into this. And if I'm not mistaken, the $10, if it averages out, is about $175,000 a year. I'm going to guess at that because we don't know what effect that would have. But by doing that ahead of time, Councillor Nielsen, it's not that we're cutting it and seeing what's going to happen with this information, but it will give us some information coming forward of how this is attainable and sustainable. My motion is that included in the budget is a $10 Grey County fare for each rider on the transportation system.
So just to be clear though, sir, you spoke earlier that $5 was for the provincial portion, $5 was Grey County. Then in your motion, you said a $10 Grey County fee, which with $10 a total? Oh, please clarify.
$5 is the provincial fee. $10 will be a county fee. $15 is what?
Okay, so. Yeah, so the staff are working on them. Well, first of all, I'll ask if there's a seconder for that motion. Councillor Nielsen, okay. Staff are working on putting that on the screen. I don't even know if we're able to do that or not, but maybe Stephanie, could you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Discussions would have to occur with the province. I don't know that answer today.
Councillor DeBreen.
So through you, if I recall, there was a comment made a little while back that the condition of the funding, and as you said, Stephanie, you would need to check with the province as to whether or not we have any flexibility of upping that fee. My understanding is that they capped it. That was the fee. And what I would want to understand is through this motion is that regardless of distance. And I would have thought that Councillor Body's motion to get more information might have brought, some ideas and options available. And now we're not getting that information.
Yes, is the short answer. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Warden. I'd just like to speak to the intent of the motion, which is why I would have seconded it for discussion. I'm glad the mover pointed out the revenue line, and it's pretty simple math to divide that by 5 and figure there's 18,320 rides that were generated. This is not complex math to then figure out how many routes, how many trips that the GTR made across Grey County over the course of 1 year, whether it's 5 or 7 days in the routes or 5 trips a day. And then you can see the insignificant amount of ridership. So I do hear the concerns about people going to business, but there is at times an onus on businesses to ensure and support their employees. I'm not certain that when you break down the math on this, as it trickles down, you still have, as Councillor Mackey alluded to earlier, you've got individuals. It's not a door-to-door service. It's not without its flaws. You have to get yourself to a connective point from your driveway to start with. We have a expense problem here, and I'm not pleased with the suggestion of we need more information. We have been granted a lot of information to work off of. There are additional cost savings for consideration within the one report. Reduce service between Owen Sound and Wharton from September to May and operate a smaller vehicle. Some of those savings could be directed to increasing service between Owen Sound and Wharton, subsequent, blah, blah, blah. Eliminate service between Meaford and Blue Mountains. Removing the daily service, offering 4 trips a day would provide a net savings of $121,850. So I do take exception with the fact that there hasn't been good information given to us. There has been information given to us to base our decisions off of. So I'm glad the motion's back on the floor here to further lessen or look at methods to lessen that cost to the taxpayer on the municipal levy, because that's where we have to go.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I guess my question on that is, and I think Stephanie alluded to this, if we increase the cost of ridership to $15, do we eliminate half the people that have been taking that transit route because they can no longer afford it? So we haven't really improved anything, and we're really just pulling a number out of the air and saying, let's tack that one on there. I don't think we're basing that on real facts. And I would think the people using it at $5 a ride aren't going to pay 15. So we've defeated the purpose.
Councillor Patterson, I believe you have a question.
I do. Thank you.
Can we hear Councillor Patterson with this on the screen? Just hang on, Sue. Okay, there we go. Sue, please.
Okay. Please clarify, is this the $5 and $10, is this on the base amount, the reduced funding, like taking the 438,000 out? Did we vote on that part to reduce?
No, we didn't. So my understanding is the effect of the motion would simply add a revenue stream onto the existing service level as it stands now. So the routes would all stay in. The expense would stay the same, but the revenue, well, if I'm assuming all the same ridership, which may or may not happen, but in that case, there would be an additional revenue stream of $10 per ride, because currently it's 5 and adding 10 on. So the total ride cost would be $15 regardless of where you're traveling on the system. So that would be, and if I'm correct, yes, that's the mover is nodding his head. That's the intent.
So we haven't, if I may, we have not gone back to the base contract.
No.
We're still putting in the 438,000.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. At this point, anyway. Councillor DeBreen.
So through this motion, if it's supported, but we still have to clarify if we're able to do that with the province.
Absolutely, that discussion would have to happen. And if we're not allowed to do that, Big Brother or Big whoever you want to say will tell us that we can't do that. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I thought that the motion that I was referring to about reducing the county contribution maybe would have got on the floor prior to Councillor Eccles' motion about increasing fees. While I agree increasing fees make sense, I believe that the number of riders will drop off a fair bit. And as Councillor Gregg alluded to, the ridership is already relatively low. And, you know, I see that every day. The buses go through our community and, you know, it's disheartening to see how many buses are traveling with nobody riding on them. Like it's a waste. I see it on a regular basis, or you've got a 12-passenger or 9-passenger van, there's one head in the seat. That's the problem I have. Point to point, I think is the way we need to go in this county, you know, similar to the Wellington. And I do think that 3 times a day, based on the provincial contract, that still provides an option for people that need it. So anyways, I don't know if we need to vote on, we need to get this done, Mr. Ward.
There we go. Yeah, the point of order has been called that we need to come back to the motion that's on the floor here. I presume that's where you're going with that, Mr. Eccles?
No, I don't believe that this motion's even been seconded. Was it? Was it? Okay. If it hadn't been, I would have withdrawn it, but it is seconded, so it is on the floor. Let's vote on it.
Well, we'll get there eventually, but I want to make sure that everybody gets their say. Councillor McQueen.
Just a point of clarity. So if you're adding $10 per ride, you're adding revenue, which should offset the cost. And if say you said 100,000, that should reduce that 438 to 338. Is that not simple math?
Well, it is, assuming the same level of ridership, which may or may not happen. So that's the risk here.
But it was mentioned by Councillor Eccles that his math 175,000. So I said, if this was the carry and say you did a conservative number of $100,000 to reduce, is that a fair statement? That's all I'm saying, is because if we're going to go through this exercise, if you're adding revenue, you know, the ridership might drop off, but why even bother to consider this if it doesn't change the levy, is what I think our intentions are.
Fair point. There's a fair bit of cowboy math going on here today, so I'll take direction from. Okay, are we ready for the question on this motion here? Councillor Pringle, my apologies. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Warden. Yeah, I thought I better get my 2 cents in too. Having followed the transit company for the last 2 years, running up and down Highway 10, I've never yet to see a person on the bus. I see it every day. That's where my concern really lies with this whole piece, as to how many people we are actually affecting. Is it 50 people? Is it 100 people? I don't know what it is. To have people having to do without it is an issue, but I'm not sure, again, as to what Councillor Mackey had mentioned there, I'm not sure it's should be on our dime at the end of the day. I don't understand, or I'd like to know if you ever had the opportunity to have an in-house system that, like as was mentioned before, point to point, where you call up, make an appointment to go somewhere. Is that an option? Us for using driver's seat is a great avenue to go, but it's very expensive because they're not going to run that van up and down the road for nothing. Right. So we're paying for that. So, and I wish we knew the exact numbers on ridership in a day. I think that would really help out where we really are. Like, is it 20 people ride a day? Is it 50? Is it 100? As to where we really are with the people. Because again, we're talking, it's a necessity. I understand we need it, but I'm not sure at what cost do we need it.
I think Stephanie has those numbers and she will bring them to us here just shortly. So we still have the motion on the floor. Councillor DeBreen.
While Stephanie is pulling up that information, I still go back. I wanted just to clarify or follow up that question. If this passes and the province, and we're not able to implement, should there be a proviso that Or does it just fit, we can't fulfill it and therefore it just goes away, and then maybe that's a clerk question, Warden?
I'd be happy if anybody would answer that question. Madam Clerk.
Think through if the motion passes, that's the direction staff will take, and if it can't be done, then I don't think there's anything further that council needs to do in that regard.
Certainly, if it couldn't be done, staff would be back here with a report indicating what their options are at that point. Kim.
While we've been discussing this, we have some wonderful staff in the background who are trying to look at things here. And so there's two flavors of grant, intercommunity and local. And the intercommunity, there is a proviso in the project contract that talks about charging fares to cover a portion of the cost of the services provided. So we'd need to explore with them exactly what that means and how that aligns with the funding that they provide to us. So there is something there to work with. We're not, I'm heartened to know that it's not a complete non-starter. There's not strong language that says you can't change the fare, but we would need to determine from them exactly what is meant about covering a portion of the costs. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Steph, you ready? Okay, and then I come back to Councillor Eccles.
Yeah, you don't need to get your pen ready. I can always send it to Sarah and she could always put it up on the screen as well. So basically I can tell you down to the day how many people ride. I don't have that in front of me in this moment, but I can tell you for month by month, route by route, how many people use the bus. So for example, for the month of November, like this past November, 739 people rode the bus between Owen Sound and Dundalk. 908 used it between Dundalk and Orangeville. So yes, a lot of people, it appears a lot of people go between Dundalk and Orangeville, but that's still a lot of people. 740 in the other, like in between the other way. 396 between Owen Sound and Meaford. 315 between Meaford and Blue Mountains, and 143 up to Wyerton. But if you compare that number for November for up to Wyerton to August, when everyone is using it, it's 660 people that use the bus in a month up to Wyerton. So some months are better than others. Some directions are better than others. We see, it inflates, it deflates based on a variety of factors. What I do know from the summer, ridership was fantastic when we offered the weekend ridership up to Sauble Beach, Wyerton. That partnership worked really, really well, and a lot of people used it. We saw it get used a lot between Owen Sound and Orangeville, or sorry, to Dundalk, because you couldn't go to Orangeville. We saw it get used a lot there. We also saw a lot of people use it between Owen Sound and Blue to check out the trails and say, oh, I didn't know that I could get on at Craigleith and ride my bike up or down and all of these different things. So through our advertising and marketing, we tried to tell people of the cool things you could do on the weekends with our bus being free. So I do know that more people got out and explored. What we won't know for sure of how successful is until next summer when we see if it goes up or down or what happens. So I could go on and give you more numbers of every month because I have them. And happy to do that, but I don't think you need all that. So I have the information, happy to dig deeper if anyone wants it. I do know exactly the stops that people are getting on and off, so I can dig even deeper into the Orangeville to Dundalk piece. How many people are getting on in Dundalk and how many people are going straight through to Orangeville? Because Shelburne wants to know that too. Are we bypassing Orangeville or Shelburne? Are we going, like, where are the people getting on and off? So I have that information. A lot of people do get on in Shelburne to go to Orangeville, but the bulk of people are getting on in Dundalk and taking that bus straight through and going to Orangeville. So I can provide that to you at a later date if that's something that is of interest.
Thank you, Stephanie. We're not going to spend, well, Councillor DeBreen, I saw your hand up.
I guess this will come out eventually, perhaps in a future report, but If people are getting on in Shelburne and going to Orangeville, then Dufferin should be paying something. The intent of the grant was slightly different. I really appreciate that. I knew that you had all those details. I just am not able to pull them up every time. And certainly, you know, if the ridership is free on the weekends, people are getting out and exploring, and that brings tourism and builds, you know, contributes to the economy and helps businesses. So there are benefits that aren't totally related to cost. I guess my concern is still about what we are able to do, what we're obligated to do, and we'll just, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Eccles. And then Counselor Gray.
Well, the numbers are great, 700 over a whole month, going from Owen Sound down. And as you said, 700 rides, not riders, rides. So when I do some of the cowboy math, I'm down to about 30 people, maybe 40 people that are taking that on 5 days a week. If it's for employment rates, it would work out to about 40 people that are taking that. So we've got a bus service for 40, not for 700 rides, but it's 40 people that are taking those rides. To your point, Grant. Dealing with that, the other factor is somebody said it's about point to point, and we need it for individuals going to hospital, medical appointments and whatnot. Somebody in Southgate that lives in Drumore, where do they have to go to get to that bus? Where would they have to go? They'd have to go to Dundalk. So somebody from Drumore that's going to the Markdale Medical would have to get a ride to Dundalk to get onto a bus to go to Markdale. The factor is, it's closer to go from Drumore directly to Markdale than it is to go from Drumore to Dundalk. The problem is we do already have in Southgate, in West Gray, in Hanover, in Chatsworth, a direct point-to-point service for those medical appointments. I guess the bigger factor is here, this is budget. We put the $10 in, it's like a bridge. We put 250,000 in. Partway through the year, we go out and we tender it. Pat comes back and tells us, yeah, I was a little bit off. It's $300,000 or it's $400,000. Or sometimes he's a real great guy. He comes back and says, well, it was only $100,000. We saved $150,000. It's budgeting. We're putting it in here. We may get it, we may not. But we can't continue to keep putting in 438. That's for certain. I think the information that's coming forward with that will be more important going forward at March of 25. Can we even continue the service at all? Thank you.
I have one. Counselor Greg, I'll give you the final word.
Thank you, Warden. And I was actually going to move an amending motion that Grey County return to the base level of service and staff report back on further revenue opportunities, including fare increase opportunities, because there are two unknowns. You do not know what the decrease in your ridership will be, and you do not know if we can even achieve the motion on the floor. So that is my amendment motion that I placed there at this time.
Seconded by Counselor Mackey. Any discussion on the amendment? Kim?
My concern with returning to the base level of service is the impact that will have on the people that are using it to get to the go in Orangeville. I think when Stephanie presented in the fall, she talked about the fact that the drivers are already doing a whole lot to make that system work because it's so oversubscribed. And so if we cut back further, now there's a lot of people that are gonna have to find their own way because the service that we offer already there isn't sufficient for the amount of ridership that is required. And they're kind of doing things and doubling back and things like that, that I don't think we're necessarily being entirely charged for, but they're trying to make it happen and do the best customer service that they can. So I just don't know whether I just want you to know that if you do make that change on that part of the Highway 10 service, it's going to impact a lot of people.
Thank you. Counselor Carl.
My apologies, Mr. Warden. I guess my question to this is, if we cut back to base level or we decide we're taking this out, how quickly does this happen? Is it going to cut it right at December 31st, 2023, or are we still going to have dollars in next year's budget for this? And that's my supposition, is that this carries on for a while. It would be nice to have the further information that we were asking for before so that we're sure we're doing the right thing with this.
Stephanie, do you know an answer to that?
Yes, Your Worship, 6 months. We would like to give them the 6 months notice. And as Kim noted, we would need to give the community that same notice as well.
So regardless of what we decide to do today, it'll take 6 months for any change to take effect, is what I understand. Correct. Yes. Counselor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I mean, 6 months is ample time to give notice to someone to make some changes. And I'm not sure, with the routes, Stephanie has indicated some of our routes aren't very busy. And if we've got ones that are oversubscribed, is there an ability, even with the withdrawal of municipal contributions, is there an ability to jockey some of those routes around that you're then affecting the most people possible?
Through Your Worship, to answer your question, we are currently funded under 3 different grants. Like for this transit system, it's 3 different grant streams. 2 of them have the same rules and 1 doesn't. So depending on what you decide, I will have to go back and reread the grant applications to see what I can do and how to rejig everything and move things around. So it might take me a moment.
Okay, I'm going to suggest Counselor Kentner, go ahead. You haven't spoken on this yet, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And there's an assertion that there are only 40 riders. And I felt that Stephanie had a response to that and I haven't heard it, and I'd like to hear that. Thank you.
Very good. Stephanie?
Through Your Worship, thank you, Councillor. That is correct. Councillor Eccles, I believe you divided your number in half. So when I say that 908 people rode the bus between Dundalk and Orangeville, that's like 908 people, physical people. You have to, they all went there and they all came back. So it's 908 rides, people going there and back.
Look, I can appreciate people are getting fed up with this, but I want everybody to have a clear say and clear understanding of what's going on. I'm getting frustrated here too, but we need to decide, make some decisions here today, and we're going to affect a lot of people. So this better be right. So I have a motion on the floor and it's been amended and seconded. So unless there's any further discussion on the amendment, I'm going to call the question on that amendment now. Councillor Eccles.
Thank you. I think that the amendment is not germane to the motion. That it's conflicting. That it's a different motion altogether. I would ask it to be withdrawn and that we vote on mine, on the motion that Mr. Nielsen and I have moved and seconded. However it works out, then deal with this one, because that is not an amendment to my motion. It's different altogether. I'd look for the clerk for interpretation on it.
Perhaps what I'll do is I'll ask you to make a motion for division. And if there's a seconder for that, we'll vote on that. And then we'll split the vote if it's affirmative. If it's not, we'll carry on with the motion as it amended. Is there, so you're making that a motion to split that vote? Okay, that solves that. So we're back to the original amendment to, or the original motion to increase the rate by $10 per ride. Any further discussion? That one right there. All those in favor, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Or Jesus, I wish we'd done that an hour ago, but anyway. Thank you. That is lost. We've been at this nearly 2 hours. I'm going to ask for us to take a recess for 10 minutes. For one, I need to, I need to go and stand in the corner for a minute. So if we could have we'll recess until 5 to 3. Thank you. Rob says that the wonderful video machine is working again, so we'll bring the meeting back to order. And if council will indulge me for a minute, I'll just make a couple of remarks. And it's not directly related to the transit issue, but it is related. In my warden's address, I talked about all of us being community builders. And I talked about everyone having the opportunity to participate in our community and our economy. So the number in front of us is $438,000 a levy hit. So again, a bit of cowboy math, but for every resident in Grey County to pay $4.38 per year to allow everyone the opportunity to participate in our economy and in our community, I think, is a not unreasonable amount. Now, I know it's another $4.38 for every person in the county, but to dramatically reduce the level of service on something like this for a segment of our community that probably is not able to sustain the impact of increasing the rates demonstratively or even removing it would be pretty devastating, I think, to some of them. And we all know that there are people in our community that do need the supports that we provide, whether it's social services, housing, transportation. They need that support. And I think that we can do that or should be doing that. But again, as I said, I'll leave that decision to council, but I just thought I'd try to bring it back to a little more human scale, if you will. So with that said, we have no current motions on the floor. The clerk assured me of that. I wasn't entirely clear when I come back to the chair whether there was or not, but there is not any current motions on the floor. So the budget stands as it is, unless we take a different direction. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Warden. And I will once again place a motion that the county return to base level of service for the GTR and staff report back on further revenue opportunities including fair revenue increases. I hear you loud and clear in your notes, but I'm going to refer back to something I spoke of at the strategic plan. In 2018, our municipal levy was $55.457 million. And we are still looking at approximate $73 million levy for 2024. We have clamored that significantly from 2018 to 2024. There's been some great valid comments made from all seats on this subject. It's a challenging discussion, but at some point we have to, I think, reflect the level of service that we can afford as a county, and we can break it down per resident. We could break it down into each tax-paying resident further. But at some point, we can maintain that argument for every service we provide, and so could the province, and so could the feds. But we have to acknowledge that we have limitations for what we can afford. And I think this is the time that we have to, this is one subject that there's opportunity for us to investigate other methods of service provision.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor, seconded by Councillor Mackey. Kim, you want to make a remark?
Just a question. Would it be acceptable to this council to say that you want to see a $438,000 reduction? You want to see the levy contribution eliminated, but you will leave it to staff to determine exactly how to do that. I'm concerned, as Stephanie said, about the fact that we're working with 3 different grant agreements and what we know about how the service is utilized across the different routes. So if council would at least grant us that flexibility to be able to do what we can for the people who rely on the service, I think that would be at least some help to them.
Go ahead, Councillor Gregg.
I'm a firm believer in my business or any business that flexible policy is the best policy. And I think that those comments somewhat reflect some of the commentary that was in those slides that I spoke to earlier about different cost saving opportunities that had been in the earlier presentation. So I will accept that as the means of flexibility to provide for staff to investigate what functions best for the county.
So does that mean you're withdrawing your motion?
No, it was just to amend the wording to reflect the comments of the CAO there, that the flexibility be within the motion or the direction to staff, but that 438,000 municipal levy be removed.
Okay, so is the motion on the screen, does that reflect? Not yet, not yet. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Warden. I understand what CEO Windgrove is trying to do in trying to save a particular service by making this recommendation. I think as I sit here and my best option was with Councillor Eccles, and if we had a revenue increase, then we could see a levy reduction, but keep the level of service that existed. I think given the discussion, it should be put to this council as to whether or not this service exists, because there's been significant debate. And I would just say that I'm fearful as to what level staff would need to go in other departments and other areas in order to meet the objective of the $438,000 reduction.
I think the intent of Kim, well, I'll let Kim speak to it.
Thanks, Councilor. And sorry if I wasn't clear. My intent was that we would keep the $438,000 reduction within the community transportation budget. It's just to, rather than say that we were going to reduce it back to the base level of service and that sort of thing, just let us see what we can sort out here that makes sense.
The motion is on the screen. Councillor Gregg, does that catch the intent of your?
Just the wording of seek out isn't probably as specific. Yeah, that staff be directed to meet a reduction of $438,000 from Great Transit. I think meet is perhaps a little bit more specific than seek out. Seek out speaks to a work in progress. Meet is more formalized.
Okay now?
I hear a concern here. Meet is maintaining flexibility because staff may opt that one route a day on a westerly route offsets a higher demand for a fifth route a day or a higher bus or whatever. So I think I'm happy with that.
Okay, seconder's okay. Councillor Mackey.
Well, I appreciate, Kim, you bringing that up because that actually is exactly what I'd like to see happen. I think we need the reduction and utilize the service where it is most effective. And I certainly wouldn't understand, your comments. And none of us here want to affect anybody that's in need, but we don't want to make everybody in need either with too high a tax increase. So it's trying to find that balance. And, there's essential services. People that are hungry don't care about transportation, or if you're homeless, transportation is not as high on the list. So we need to make sure we can fund those necessities too.
Yep, fair points. Councillor Matrosovs, you have a question or point? Councillor Matrosovs, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, the chair, if I could direct my question to CEO Windgrove. The suggestion about finding it within the transit budget, the 400 plus $100,000. Could you just please itemize the possibilities? That's a big number to be finding elsewhere other than the returning to basic services. So could you please tell me the viability, where it is that you would be looking for that kind of significant difference? Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the 438,000 represents, as you can see, the county's contribution or top up to the base amount of funding. So I don't know, I'll turn it to Stephanie then to talk about opportunities there to rationalize between routes.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, so what Kim is trying to say of this 438, we are just looking for the flexibility to be able to do the analysis and say, okay, Highway 10 works really well these times. Highway 6 works really well these times. Highway 26 is these times. With the money that we have, what's the best service that we can do? So that's the reason she's just asking for that flexibility. We're not going to go over. We understand we need to reduce by this amount of money. What I have left, now I'm going to come up with the best plan. That's the plan of it.
Thanks, Stephanie, sorry. We're not, yeah. Counselor DeBreen.
Maybe I am not following along and I apologize. Through you, we're looking to, the resolution says that we will find $438,000 to eliminate the top-up municipal levy. But we are required through those grants, which you need to go and evaluate what flexibility you have to meet certain routes. So whatever grant money we have and those routes and the service, but we're saying that thou shall meet a reduction of 438,000 and there's no flexibility in that we can do it for 350,000. And maybe that is more palatable to those around the horseshoe. I am not sure. I welcome the opportunity to explore all those options. I would request that we split the vote, split the motion.
Okay. Counselor Eccles, did you have your hand up? Okay. So you're making a motion, we split the vote. Is there a seconder for that? Counselor Nielsen. Split the motion. All those in favor? That's carried. So the first motion on the floor will be that the staff to be directed to meet the reduction of 438,000 from Grey Transit in the 2024 budget. We can do that too. First, you're in the second of that motion? Okay, Madam, are we ready for the vote? Okay, Madam Clerk, take the poll, please.
Counselor Mackey. Counselor Mackey is in favor. Counselor McKay. Counselor McKay is in favor. Counselor Carlton. Counselor Carlton is opposed. Counselor Pringle. Counselor Pringle is in favor. Counselor McQueen. Counselor McQueen in favor. Counselor Nielsen. Counselor Nielsen is opposed. Counselor Patterson.
In favor.
Counselor Patterson in favor. Counselor Dickert. Counselor Dickert is in favor. Counselor Kentner. Counselor Kentner in favor. Counselor Keaveney. Counselor Keaveney is in favor. Counselor Body. Counselor Body is opposed. Counselor Gregg. Counselor Gregg is in favor. Warden Milne.
Opposed.
Warden Milne is opposed. Counselor Dobreen. Counselor Dobreen is opposed. Counselor Matrosovs.
Opposed.
Counselor Matrosovs is opposed. Counselor Bordignon.
In favor.
Counselor Bordignon is in favor. Counselor Eccles. Counselor Eccles in favor, and Counselor Hutchinson is absent. That motion has carried 57 to 33.
Okay, as clerk said, that carries. Is there a mover for the second half of that motion that was split? Councillor Carlton, seconded by Councillor Nielsen. Any further discussion? Perhaps we could put it back up on the screen just for a second, Sarah, just so we all are clear on what, there we go. The motion is that staff investigate other cost savings and revenue opportunities for Great Gray Transit, including fare increases. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay. I think, yes, Mr. McQueen, go ahead. Councillor McQueen, sorry.
What's the estimate time, ETA time of our completion for today?
An hour ago? Well, we have corporate services to deal with and reserves. So, it is 3:15. The meeting was scheduled till 4 o'clock. So I'm going to say we're going to go till probably at least 4, but hopefully we'll be done prior to 4. It is a Friday, that's right. But you get to my age, there's nowhere to be but home. So Mary Lou, where do we go from here?
Finance people like to budget, and my budget was we'd be done at 3 o'clock. We didn't stay to the timelines last Friday of where I thought everything would pencil out, but we ended 4 minutes early. So I should have bought the lottery ticket last week. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to start now with corporate services. So the narrative for that begins on page 47. So the corporate services function requires a net levy of just under 13.8 million compared to 12.2 million in 2023, an increase of $1,621,200. First one we'll talk about is council. Council requires a $939,300 levy requirement, an increase of $100,600. So as we've talked about before with compensation for non-union, the council compensation was done and presented to you earlier in the fall. Moves to the mid-range of comparators with a salary and benefit increase of $71,300. And that was for 17 council members, excluding the warden. The budget for association and membership fees is increased by $5,600. And that's the best estimates for the 5 memberships that we participate in. So FCM, OGRA, AMO, Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, and the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. There's an increase of $12,000 under other materials and services. That's the addition of the cost for the Warden's Banquet, and that was not in the 2023 budget. And before I move on, are there any questions with regard to council budget?
Councillor McQueen.
Not to talk about it today, but at one time, the Warden's Banquet was covered by sponsors, and maybe we need to go back and look at that.
Yep, we can. Any other questions on the council budget? Councillor DeBreen.
We didn't have the banquet last year. We didn't have it through COVID, I don't imagine. We're keeping the Warden's Forum. My understanding is important as an information tool to the rest of the municipality. I would move that we remove the Warden's Banquet.
Sorry, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Carlton. Any debate on the motion? Councillor Patterson, you have your hand up. Hold on,
Yes.
Sue. Oh, there we go. Now, sorry, Sue, you were muted there. Go, carry on.
Not on this topic, on a different item.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Any other question? Counselor McQueen?
I would like to make an amendment to this motion, but the opportunity to fund the Warden's Banquet through other sources other than levy could be investigated.
Yep. Is there a seconder for that motion to amend? Counselor McKay? Any debate on that? Counselor DeBreen?
So just to be clear that I had moved to remove the banquet entirely, which would reduce it for more than $12,000. Because that was an increase of 12,000. Correct?
No, there was no banquet in 23. So it was an increase, but the entire cost of the banquet is $12,000. Okay, so the motion as amended, I'll vote on the amendment first, which is to fund the banquet from fundraising, basically, I guess, or sponsors. All those in, oh, Counselor Carlton.
Thank you. Just a question on that then. What additional onus is on staff to go out and find people to fund that? Or who looks after doing that? Because I think that could be very time consuming for staff, and I'm not sure that it's really worth their time doing that. Just my thought.
Counselor McQueen.
Well, I could add clarity to that because years back, there's probably was a warden's forum or a warden's caucus that would go and do that or whatever, but I want to make sure the word, I don't see the motion up there, is to investigate other options of funding the Warden's Banquet. It can be left open like that, and then it can come back at a different time. Obviously, it's still going to support the original intention that's coming off the levy, but I don't want to lose the opportunity that it could come a different way. That's my intent of the motion. And it used to be, I talked to a past warden, say who, but who reminded me of that's the way it used, and it was sponsored by all the people that. Well, I'll just leave it at that.
I do have a comment.
Counselor Matrosov has her hand, and then I'll go to Counselor Mackey.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. How would that work logistically, accepting funding to support a warden's banquet? So somebody sponsors and then it looks like they're expecting something in return. Are we even allowed to entertain that? Thank you.
Well, good question, Andrea. And I guess I was going to say something, but it doesn't look very good, to be quite honest. As it used to be done, as Councillor McQueen indicated, we had all kinds of suppliers that would sponsor the Warden's Banquet. But in the well, in the more recent years, optics are a little more important than perhaps maybe they were in the past, or priorities changed, maybe is that a better way of saying that? So that's why the Warden's Banquet became paid for from the levy. So, Councillor McQueen.
Well, we just had our Christmas party at Grey Highlands and everybody paid $10. Went into a part of it to help offset the cost. I think you and quite a few other people around this table attended the Southeast Grey Chamber of Commerce, and there was table sponsors. There's ways of doing it that we have 10 other things that you have sponsorship that allows you to still do it. Why did we attend that Chamber of Commerce? The tables were sponsored. Right? So I said investigate, okay? And yeah, I want to keep it above board, but I think there are other ways of doing it. So
yeah, I would agree. The intent of the amendment is to seek other ways of funding the Warden's Banquet. So I think we'll whether it's through sponsorships or ticket sales or some other way, let's see with what we can come up with. So the amendment is there. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I believe previous Warden Hicks attempted to try and sell tickets, and which I think was a great idea. I had purchased the tickets, and then we received notice that it had been canceled. I don't believe the taxpayer levy should be paying for the warden's dinner. I'm more than happy though to attend one and purchase my own ticket. And I think that's what people should be doing. So if that's part of the investigation, I'm all for it, but I don't think the levy should be paying for it. Thanks.
Fair enough. Counselor Eccles.
The way I look at it, there's two different motions on the floor. They're totally different. One says remove the warden's banquet. The other one goes additional information or opportunities to fund the warden's banquet. I don't know how that can be an amendment. Well, if it's removing it from the budget, there's no funds there. That means it's gone. Like, somebody expressed this, that the warden's banquet be removed from the 2024 budget. That's what I'm reading right there. Do.
Yeah, and so the amendment, so perhaps for clarity, the first motion should say that the cost for the warden's banquet be removed from the 24. Can we please change it to that? Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, good. So we're going to vote on the amendment, which is going to seek other ways to fund the warden's banquet. All those in favor? That is carried. Now we're back to the original motion as amended. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Sure.
Through you, and with regard to the council budget, I'm all in favor of education and the benefit of conferences. I know that someone had proposed at one of our original meetings to reduce our conference allocation in half from 2 conferences to 1. I was wondering where that stood at this present time.
Currently, there are 2 conferences budgeted per year per council. That's where it stands.
And could you remind me what the value of, if we were to consider a reduction, what the savings might be? If we went from 2 to 1, the budget I think was around, thank you. Thank you. Can you read it for me? I've got it on my screen, but my computer timed out. I believe that there might have been about a $20,000 or $30,000 savings. 12 and 7. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Gregg.
Further to that, I would move that conferences be reduced to 1, resulting in a $12,000 deduction from the municipal levy, and that the budget for travel and meals be reduced to 7, or be reduced by $7,000 is the reference number in the level 1 adjustments paper, as well as the warden's forum and inaugural budget being reduced by $2,000 from the $10,000 as stated there in the current budget.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Carlton. Any questions or debate? Motion is coming on the screen there just shortly. I believe certainly the intent was to reduce conferences to 1 per year per councillor. With the accompanying travel and food costs, I think was, that. And the other was, I'm sorry, Councillor Gregg, what was the balance there? The other items? Right. Reduce the expense available for the warden's forum and the warden's inaugural, or the council's inaugural, sorry. Mary Lou?
Just like to make council aware with regard to the reduction for the warden's forum and inaugural. The current budget is $10,000. So if you remove it, then there isn't anything for inaugural. So it's a combined for the warden's forum and inaugural.
Counselor Gregg, you have some clarification there?
Are staff able to separate for both? I guess that's a question the staff coming back from. I'm just referencing off the line item they're put together. So obviously it has to be to us right now, it just says current budget $10,000. So we don't know how that's broke up. Are staff able to break it up, split it a little bit and maintain both events?
That was my interpretation, that staff, both events would continue to exist with reduced funding. Right. Right. So Sarah's rapidly getting the motion on the floor here. Clerk's department are earning their shekels today. There we go. And again, the intent is not to remove Warden's Forum or the inaugural. It's to, both events will continue to exist with reduced funding of $2,000. Okay, everybody's clear on that? Any further questions? Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, sir. It says per counselor. I believe that the head of council, Grey County Council, is he indicated as a counselor in this or as the warden? You're saying that the warden can continue with his allotted number of, I guess, or is it just the counselors? What
my interpretation of the policy says that the warden can go to any number of council conferences per year, which is a separate line item from this. Councillor DeBreen.
Through you to Councillor Eccles, my intent is that the 2 limit be, well, can't speak for the mover, but I would consider the warden should be represented at any number of conferences that he or she chooses. And I think it's important that there be representation if, by chance there isn't a conference that we're all going, one of us isn't going to. I'm sure we're going to have representation, but sorry, I didn't make the motion, so.
Councillor Gregg, do you want to clarify?
I think I can speak for staff's intentions here when they provided this level 1 adjustment document to us, that this is outside of the warden's functioning budget. This is what pertains to the remainder of council. I think that's the intention, and that's certainly my intention.
Okay, everybody's clear on that? Okay, Councillor Eccles.
we split the motion into 3?
Yep. Councillor Matrosov, you had your hand up.
Sorry,
There we
lost the
go.
mouse.
Oh, all right.
My hand is it's been up actually for a while, with another line, so it's not relevant to this at the moment. And I'm seeing Councillor Patterson nodding her head too. I think she's had her hand up for a while too. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, and I'll come back to both of you when we get. So, Sarah, can you bring those 3 back up, please? There we go. So Councillor Eccles has moved that we separate those into 3. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Mackey. All those in favor of separating? That is carried. So the first motion is that the 2024 budget be amended to reduce conferences to 1 per year per councillor. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? I'm sorry, Sarah, can you bring back the three counselors on the screen? I can't see them. Thank you. So I apologize. I'm gonna have to go through the vote again. All those in favor? That carries. Second motion, sorry, Sarah, there we go, that the budget for travel and meals be reduced by $7,000. Bring back, yep, there we go. Yeah, we're thinking the same now. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Third one is that the Warden's Forum inaugural be reduced by $2,000. The combined two events be reduced by $2,000. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. No, I don't think so. Mary Lou. Oh, are there any further discussion on? Oh, sorry, that's right. I apologize. Back to Andrea and Sue, both had questions regarding council budget. So there we go. I'll go to Sue Patterson first. She's been very, very patient. I apologize, Sue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. My question is with memberships and FCM. I don't know what the amount of that membership is. And am I correct in saying that if it is in Ontario, council members are permitted to attend? If it's outside of province, there needs to be a vote at this table for members to attend. And if that's the case, I would move that we remove the FCM membership from the budget. So maybe the clerk could look up those numbers and you could go on to Andrea.
So the membership actually is $26,801 per year. And I believe the policy, as you outlined here for attendance at FCM conferences, is as you state. If it's in Ontario, you're eligible, it's eligible for, well, your one conference now. But if it's outside the province, it needs to be a separate vote here at the council table.
And if I may, Warden, wasn't it just held in Ontario this year?
Correct. It was in Toronto this past summer. Yes. It's in Calgary next year. And then it's in Ottawa in 2026. It's 5, sorry.
So it would be an increased expense from 23 on. So I would like to put a motion on the floor that we remove that membership. Because you may attend, and the cost of that membership compared to councillors attending doesn't work out. There's no benefit to us.
Okay, I'm going to ask Kim to speak to that, please.
And I'm going to look to Randy, who's been the one that's worked most closely with the Green Municipal Funds, and that we've been the recipient of some pretty significant grant funding via FCM. Would we still be eligible for that grant funding if we're not a member?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would hate to risk that because we've either actively applied for funding or will be hopefully receiving some funding and be able to report on that very soon.
I'm going to say, Sue, that we're probably not eligible for any of that funding if we're not members. Why would we be?
Right.
Andrea, oh, sorry, go ahead, Sue.
If I may, Warden, I will withdraw that motion.
Okay, thank you. Andrea, did you have a question?
Not now that it's been withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Paul, go ahead. Yeah, Councillor McQueen.
I think, point of clarity, I thought the county's membership also covered the lower tiers membership. Yeah, I'm getting nods, which has another effect as well, right? So, thank you.
Good point, Councillor McQueen. I didn't realize that. I thought we had to buy membership separately, but no, good point. Okay, Councillor Kentner, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Warden, thank you. I just wondered, given the budget and the year that we're dealing with, if I could move a motion that we divide the salary and benefit increase for councillors and do it in a 2-year stage, like half this year and half next year. which would accomplish the purpose of the study, but would perhaps make it easier to reach our goal on our budget number here. Thank you. Don't know if there's a second.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kentner. Is there a seconder for that? Andrea, I see your electronic hand is up. Does that mean you're seconding or not?
No, sorry, Chair, my hand was up
Yeah,
a number of minutes ago about another item, so I was waiting my turn in the queue.
and I apologize. So I don't see any seconder for your motion, or Councillor Kentner, so I'll move on to Councillor Matrosovs. You've been very patient as well. I apologize.
Thank you, and I appreciate that we're all participating with our whole hearts and heads here, whether we're in person or virtual. The line that I wanted to revisit was the council day catering, with the elimination of the senior management team, which would result in a savings of 6,000. Mine is a greater. I don't have the number in what it costs all of us to have the lunch as well. So I'm ready to move a motion on that particular line because it's based on the fundamental principle that I think sitting down together after our meetings or in between our meetings is absolutely valuable. So much so I appreciate the chance to build that relationship with both my fellow council colleagues, but also the senior management team in the room as well. So I would be in favor in terms of cost savings. I would be happy to bring a bag lunch so that we still have the opportunity to sit down together and be able to make use of being in the room together in between our meetings or at the end of our meetings. I would be happy not to have a catered lunch in favor of having the opportunity to sit with senior management in that room at the same time. I'm really concerned about it becoming only counselors because we've drawn a line in the sand on the catering. So I absolutely love the opportunity, but if we're trying to parse things, then I think we could have a greater savings if we were to entertain the idea that on council days, we still have time to sit together, but we don't rely on catered lunches. I'd be happy to potluck it. We could take turns. I'll bring the first desserts. So I would like to move that, Chair, that we eliminate the council day catering for SMT and council.
Okay.
And I don't know what the figure is behind that. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor DeBreen. Any questions, comments, debate? Councillor Gregg.
Well, I equally support. It's very valuable time to spend with staff, and as I heard from another county councillor, I certainly will not say who, earlier this fall, spoke on subject matter, and his comments were, I actually don't pay that much attention to the upper tier. Probably should. Because we get locked into our lower tier municipalities. So this is really valuable time. But I think it's reasonable, like that line item is in there right now. I think that's a reasonable line item. And I'm not in support of removing it. We still have that opportunity as it is existing right now in the budget at $6,000. So I won't support the motion to remove it and bring different potlucks or threaten food poisoning if I bring a potluck for everyone.
You can read minds. Councillor DeBreen.
So while I would not support splitting it and removing senior management team and us continuing with lunch. So in that vein, I seconded the motion so that perhaps we could find out, Mary Lou could tell us what the full line number is. And I'm sorry, I don't have it on my screen again. I have the $6,000, which would be the equivalent of senior management team per year. I'm going to assume it's significantly more for council. And so the total would be in around the 20,000 range.
I'm told by the clerk's department here that the total for both SMT and council is about 15,000 per year to provide lunches. So,
Thank you. And I do understand $15,000, the importance of sitting down, to Councillor Matrosov's point and Councillor Gregg, is very important. Potlucking is, you know, I'm all in favor, but we also run the risk of people popping out. I didn't bring my lunch, gonna pop out, gonna grab a sandwich, then they're late getting back. I think that's probably why it got started in the first place, is it keeps people in the building, but it's just a comment, sir. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I think the time is invaluable, and I don't think $15,000 is too much to ask the ratepayers. Any other employer pays their employees if they're working, you know, over a mealtime. And you know, I think the ministry rate right now for government services is about $12.50. I'm not sure what ours works out to for everybody, but I'm sure we're falling close to that level. So I think we should continue with what we're doing.
Okay, is there any further comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is lost. Anybody else have any further questions on the council portion of the budget? Mary Lou, back to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So now we'll move into the administration budget. So this is what we refer to as the back office, the departments that support the ones delivering services. So that's the CAO, deputy CAO, climate change, clerks, emergency management, finance, HR, IT, legal, and communications. So the net departmental requirement, operating and capital for these departments is $8,569,900 compared to $7,800,800 in 2023, an increase of $79,100. Of note, salaries and associated benefits total $9,265,500 in these budgets. So very little of these budgets, with the exception of climate change, has any grant funding attached. So that's an increase of $705,000, $705,900 over the 2023 budget. And that's for 84 people in this cost center. So there's people moving on the grid. There's the non-union wage review that just went on, and the cost of living increase. In the operating budgets, there's a couple new initiatives. There's an additional investment of $35,000 in corporate management training. That was removed. We had also, just to remind you, we reduced the legal services professional fees by $100,000. We reduced the healthcare initiatives from $509,500 to $2,950. These are all part of Kim's report last Friday. Removed the health unit increase of $315,000. So that flatlines the budget. We assume there will be some increase in 2024. And when we receive notification, the plan will be to fund that from Safe Restart funding. The staff wellness budget was adjusted. It was reduced by $14,000, and that maintains it at the 2023 budget level. The transfer to reserve for future financial software replacement was removed. The intent is we will use 2023 surplus from the finance budget to put away that money. The removal of the climate change transfer to reserve of $12,000. We removed a transfer to reserve for document management software replacement of $20,000. In the HR budget, we removed a $40,000 transfer to reserve for future scheduling software replacement, $16,000 for a transfer to reserve for future HRIS software updates, a $5,500 decrease in a reserve transfer for future non-union compensation review. We reduced the corporate management training increase of $35,000, like I just mentioned. And we kept it at the budget amount from 2023 of $65,000. In the communications sector, there's a $20,000 for citizen reporting tool for customer relationship management. And there's 15,000 for a website engagement tool for the county's website from the one-time funding reserve. Under general administration and general government, we've budgeted over $3 million for investment income, and that's in response to increased investment rates. Interesting, we just had an investment mature this week that was at under 2%, and that was better than what we'd seen the previous investment. And now we've just done some investments that are in the 5.5 range-ish. So that's some nice money. As per the cash and investment management policy, the net revenue budgeted from investments that exceeds 1% of the county's own purpose levy goes to the one-time funding reserve to assist with funding non-recurring expenditures. And as such, the budget is based on, there's a transfer to reserve in the amount of $2,371,000. And you'll recall in Kim's report last Friday, we've used some money from the one-time funding reserve. So we're drawing down approximately $1.4 million from that to pay for the 14th Street build that required some funding and some other items. In capital, the capital budget requires a levy of $337,400, an increase of $119,500. So what you'll see, there was a question earlier, and it was in the economic development portion, asking about how we fund capital projects. And so putting away money for the future. So we've done reserve analysis to make sure that we're putting away money so that you don't have huge spikes. And we try to keep the levy requirement fairly stable with just added inflation. You know, as opposed to, I can go back to the 2008-ish days where the roof was leaking at Grey Gables. It wasn't even in the 5-year plan at that point, because that's all we did was 5 years. And we didn't have money to replace it. So building condition assessments have helped us and gone a long way to understanding what our building needs are and making sure that we're planning for the future. So you'll see on page 48 of the narrative, there's a reference to the clerk's future electronic management system. That was removed. Climate change. There's some initiatives impacting the levy, so there's 19,500 for the nature-based climate actions to naturalize county-owned property, 4,500 from reserve and 15,000 from levy. 23,000 to support the local agriculture community study of decarbonization, and that's the experimental acres program. There's a reference to $12,000 transfer to the energy audit reserve. That was removed. Then there are a list on the right-hand side of the page of initiatives with no levy impact. So we've got the e-vehicle charging infrastructure. There's 12,400 being funded from the one-time funding reserve. And then you'll see an NRCan grant of almost $30,000. There's 25,000 from reserve for climate action outreach, 49,700 from climate change action initiatives. 400,000 for the green development standard. 75,000. This is the one where we're in the program with Wellington and Dufferin. And some of this will change slightly based on what Randy presented earlier today with keeping the additional climate change position and using some of the grant money that we can use to offset another position. We have 50,000 from reserve for the climate change adaptation plan. So going green and gray. 40,000 from reserves for greener homes in gray. That's the energy retrofit program, highlighting provincial federal offerings while developing a program for Grey County.
Mary Lou, sorry, could I just interrupt you there before you go on to finance? Councillor Body, you had a question?
Yeah, back about 15 minutes ago when Mary Lou was at administration, I'm joking. Question for Kim. There was a reference in there for legal services being reduction. I believe $100,000 was in there. I understand earlier that we've got one less position, but we're going to hold that salary for contracting out or retaining legal services. I'm looking for clarity around those two things. I'm a little confused. And is there an opportunity, or should we consider, depending on what the clarity is about, of reducing some of the money held for retaining outside? Do we need to hold all of it?
Thank you, Councillor Body, for the question. So we originally moved 240 some odd $1,000 down to professional services. And then with the report that I brought to our last meeting, we reduced the professional services line by $100,000. So that leaves us with the 140,000 for whatever professional services we may require, and allow us this year to try and determine what our appropriate next steps are with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna come to Andrea because she, again, I'm just love the screen stuff. But anyway, Andrea, go ahead. You had a question?
Thank you. Through you, the warden, my apologies. This does go back a few minutes because after that last motion was lost, I had a question then because we had it listed as a level 1 adjustment about the elimination of SMT only from the lunches. I would just like a point of clarification. So that means we're proceeding with striking the lunches for SMT, but keeping them for council?
No.
Or we're keeping all of the lunches for all of the individuals?
Correct. We'll feed everybody.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Yep. Okay. Exactly. Mary Lou, I apologize. Carry on.
Okay. Then we get to finance. So there's 225,000 for the acquisition, implementation of budgeting and purchase order software funded from reserve. So you'll remember we just brought a report to the last meeting talking about how we've selected a budget software vendor. So we're quite excited to be working on that starting in about April. Councillor Gregg has already mentioned there's 75,000 in the renovation area and the admin building to better accommodate staff. I'll speak to that now. So when the building was renovated in 2018, finance moved downstairs. The upper level was gutted. Then we moved back. And so basically our work footprint did not change. Since then, we've added staff. I have somebody returning from mat leave and I don't even have a place to put them. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to wall in 3 areas. So they sit against the windows. We'd wall in the front and it actually creates an office. And then that will give those analysts a bit of privacy on their calls. Then we also need to buy some furniture and we're going to have to relocate a printer. Earlier this year, senior management met a couple times and we tried to strategize. And I'd say it's like a puzzle. Who could move where? Because between HR and finance, we had needs where we just don't have enough room. And I know it seems crazy to talk about we don't have enough room when we just put an addition on a building. And who would have thought? So that's where we are right now. So at the very least, if we don't wall in those areas, I need furniture and I need to come up with a plan to try to improve the workspace. And I would say for the most part, these people are in the office every day. It's not like they're remote. I have some people who are working half-time from home, but I have many people who are in the office every day and it gets loud. To the point where last Friday morning, before we started the budget, Sue went out and said to people, can you tone it down? We're a little busy right now. So that's why that's in the budget. We've removed the $20,000 transfer to reserve for software. I've spoke to that. We'll use that from surplus. HR has a number of projects that they were listing as funding from reserve. So the HRS implementation of 151,300. We've got scheduling software, that's part and parcel. $75,000 to undertake a noise survey. 36,000 for employee engagement survey, 44,000 for corporate-wide lean training. I will say, if you haven't had lean training, we went through an exercise with finance earlier in the year to talk about AP workflow. And I think it's been pretty interesting for people to see how the workflow maybe could be improved and the barriers with it. I joked with Pat that it's like finance had a roundabout. You send stuff and it goes in a circle and it sits here and it goes back and it goes up. So I think that is a very, we can learn a lot from it. We can achieve some efficiencies. We have 35,000 from employee mental health training and $12,000 for the implementation of a safety data sheet database. So currently there is no formal database. What shows is funds being set aside for future projects. Again, that's outdated. We removed the scheduling software, the HRIS. We left in the 15,000 for updates to job demand and hazard analysis. And we adjusted the market salary review that shows us 25,000. We decreased it by 5,500. There's a transfer reserve for a future update to the noise survey. $8,000 for workplace violence and risk assessments. 6,000 for employee engagement. And 15,000 for the safety data sheet database. So that's all the planning for the future. IT, maybe I should pause. Do you have any questions before I go any further?
Councillor Kentner.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, I'm just an observation and a question. The observation is that some of these projects, that's project slash study, and I'd like to see some distinguishing between money spent that actually gives us something concrete and studies. And I just didn't find that anywhere. And then I just wanted to comment, I don't know if we're quite there, but service fees of $235,000 for 10 years is a big chunk to swallow. And that,
Sorry, Ross, under which department was the last item there? Jen, do you want to speak to that, please?
Through you, Mr. Warden. The HCM Human Capital Management Software System was a report that was brought forward to council and approved. I believe that was in October. This is the time and attendance at 190,000. I think that is what you're speaking to, is the other half of that. And we've been putting in reserve and budgeting for that for many years. And this is the final project coming to fruition. And also, I think perhaps the studies that you're talking about are within my portfolio. The countywide noise survey is a survey of all of our staff that have large auditory hazards within their position. So at the end of it, we do get a formal program of validation that our PPE, our personal protective equipment, is satisfactory for the staff that have those large hazards, such as our transportation staff and our paramedic staff that work around vehicles all the time. So we do get a tangible study and a verification that the program that we have in place is valid and appropriate. And the reason we don't do it ourselves is because it does require a professional that has auditory dosimeter experience that we do not have within our skill set.
Okay. Thank you, Jen. Councillor Greg.
Thank you, Warden. And there was a lot of information and I actually had a hard time following along between this document and the 255-page document that I have all my notes in. So I just wanted to go back to page 56 and speak to a couple line items. There are, one thing that troubles me, and the warden's hit on this in his opening remarks here in the afternoon. This is really a tough, there's some really tough decisions that council's had to make. And some items like copying and printing, 24,700. Other materials and, sorry, not other materials, subscriptions and publications, 15,800. Radio advertising. When these are significantly above the 2022 spend and the 2023 projected spend, for me, it begs to ask the question, it's such a challenging year. Can we have a little bit more lockdown on some of those line items? Because it all builds to the challenging 2:00 hour discussions that we had. So when it's 14.23 or 51% above, 28% above, I just would like some discussion, maybe why we're going to increase or we're wanting to increase the budget so much. And the other text box I have is line item 64,102, professional and consulting fees. These, this line's been sprinkled throughout the document. Some of them are super obvious, like Conservation Authority work on the trails, but there's a line item 64,102 that 2022 actuals 200,000, 23 budget was 210,600, year-end projection 200,400, and the 24 budget is $767,000 for professional and consulting fees, which I'm wondering if there could be some explanation.
Do we need to go into closed session for this? Yes. What's council's wish? I think we might as well close session right now and deal with it. So someone move to go into closed session to deal with identify matters about an identifiable individual. Would that be the one we'd go in for? Yeah. Seconder for that motion? Councillor Nielsen, all in favor? That is carried. I'm not sure which staff need to stay, probably all.